Ta-da! Hi, how's it going? So, I was thinking a couple of little addendums to the Chuck Norris update yesterday. I thought since we're doing close-ups and we're doing the fronts and backs, I should probably do a voiceover reading the descriptions on the back. See? It pads out the running time a bit. Also allows me to give it a little more production value, so that's what we're going to do. So into Cool Edit we go. Testing. Oh, hold on. I need to do this. Testing. Okay, there we go. Alright, fucking headphones. Like, I need to get new headphones. These one side is like, it doesn't stay. Alright, can you just like stop fidgeting and thank you. Alright, so this is voiceover recording for the Chuck Norris update. Why is there a fucking hair in my coffee? Did I get it? I think I got it. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Sporting a brand new 2K master, martial arts superstar Chuck Norris from A Force of One and Code of Silence teams up with screen legend Sporting a brand new 2K master, martial arts superstar Chuck Norris from A Force of One and Code of Silence teams up with screen legend Lee Van Cleef from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly and Death Rides a Horse to take on a terrorist training camp known only as the Octagon. In this deadly tale of revenge. Plagued by painful memories as a fighter, Scott James Norris has stayed away from the dark side of battle. But when a vengeance-seeking heiress, Karen Carlson of The Candidate, hires him to infiltrate an international terrorist organization, Cobra hires him to infiltrate an international terrorist operation run by his adopted brother, played by Tadashi Yamashita of American Ninja. Scott has no idea what he's coming up against. Drawn closer and closer to the Octagon, Scott realizes his brother is using his skill in the deadliest manner, training men in the ninja style of killing. Now it's up to Scott to battle his brother in the ultimate showdown of good versus evil. Directed by Eric Carson of Black Eagle and Angel Town, and co-starring Richard Norton of Force 5, Art Hindle from Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Aaron Norris from Lone Wolf McQuaid, and Ernie Hudson from Ghostbusters. The Octagon is filled with hard-hitting Norris versus ninjas action. There we go. That's pretty good. Seriously? Dude, you're not doing that tonight. You're not doing that here. Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else if you need to lick. I can't be having all that racket in the background. Now, let's take a look. We won't read the back of the box. We'll just do the individual movies. So this is the description for Missing in Action, the first one. Sporting a brand new HD master from a 4K scan of the original 35mm should be original 35mm camera negative, not 35mm original camera negative. That just does not flow off the tongue. Anyway, sporting a brand new HD master from a 4K scan of the 35mm original camera negative, American servicemen are still being held. Missing in Action, sporting a brand new HD master from a 4K scan of the 35mm original camera negative. American servicemen are still being held captive in Vietnam, and it's up to one man to bring them home in this blistering, fast-paced action-adventure starring martial arts superstar Chuck Norris from A Force of One. Following a daring escape from a Vietnamese POW camp, Special Forces Colonel James Braddock, Norris, is on a mission to locate and save remaining MIAs. Aided by a beautiful State Department official, Lenore Kasdorf of L.A. Bounty, and a former Army buddy, Emmett Walsh of Blood Simple, Braddock amasses top-secret information and state-of-the-art weaponry. Now this one-man army is prepared to blast his way into Vietnam. But will he be able to blast his way back out? Directed by Joseph Zito of Invasion USA and featuring James Hong from The Perfect Weapon and David Tress from Stone Cold. Good morning, Dan. Featuring a brand new HD master from a 4K scan of the 35mm original camera negative. Roundhouse kick king Chuck Norris of the Octagon returns as Colonel James Braddock in this intense, action-packed prequel to the original runaway hit. Captured during a daring mid-air rescue operation, Braddock and his men are imprisoned by the insane Colonel Yin, played by Soon Tek-o of Good Guys Wear Black, who stops at nothing to break their spirits. Held captive in a god-forsaken jungle, death seems the only escape. But like a cunning tiger waiting for the right time to pounce on his prey, Braddock seizes the opportunity to spring into action and becomes a one-man fighting machine, dead set on freeing his men at any cost. Directed by Lance Hoole of Steel Dawn, and featuring Stephen Williams from Jason Goes to Hell, The Final Friday, and Professor Toru Tanaka from Catch the Heat. Greetings, Carlatin and Devin. How are you both today? Lots of volume and audio stuff, yes. Well, I thought of a few more things I could add to the Chuck Norris update, since we're kind of going all out with that one for no apparent reason other than it's Chuck Norris. So, yeah, I thought I'd do action movie style voiceovers. 80s style action movie voiceovers to read the backs of all of them. Oh shit, I forgot to say Missing in Action 2, The Beginning. Right. Just a quick addendum to the last one. Missing in Action 2, The Beginning. Try that again. Missing in Action 2, The Beginning. That's better. Braddock, Missing in Action 3. Featuring a brand new HD master from a 2K scan of the 35mm interpositive. When Colonel James Braddock, lightning-fisted legend Chuck Norris from Code of Silence, is told that his wife and 12-year-old son are still alive in communist Vietnam, he mounts a one-man assault to free them. Armed with the latest high-tech firepower, Braddock fights his way into the heart of the country, and ends up battling his way out with several dozen abused children in tow. Struggling to protect the kids while outmaneuvering the sadistic Vietnamese officer General Quoc, played by Aki Leung from V, the series. Braddock ignites the jungles in a blazing race for freedom. This is the final chapter in the slam-bang Missing in Action trilogy, featuring Keith David from They Live, and directed by Chuck's stunt coordinator and brother, Aaron Norris, from Delta Force 2, The Colombian Connection. Which I also have, actually. Interesting, wow. Try to be less enthused, Carlatin. I don't think you seem indifferent enough. And greetings, Darth Bradboy. Oh, you know, working on some new Multimedia Chronicles episodes. No biggie. So, the goal at the moment is to get as much filming done this week as we can. And then May will be a big... well, the rest of the month will be basically editing and posting. So this is the first one. Is this the one? Yes. All right. The Delta Force, presented for the first time in 4K Ultra HD. In a new scan from the original camera negative, presented in Dolby Vision. When a U.S. passenger plane is seized by vicious hijackers and taken to Beirut, the president calls in the Delta Force, a crack team of commandos led by Colonel Nick Alexander, played by Lee Marvin of the Dirty Dozen, and Major Scott McCoy, Chuck Norris from Invasion USA. Against all odds... Against all odds, the men blast into the compound. Against all odds, the men blast into the compound and, taking no prisoners, rescue the hostages. But the mission isn't over yet. A few remaining passengers are being escorted to Tehran, indicating a desperate race against time as Alexander and McCoy attempt to save them and avenge America's honor before it's too late. God. That just wreaks havoc on the voice. Oh my fucking Christ. Ban that guy immediately, please. Jamie Norwood is not welcome here, ever. Yes, epic voice, then slightly joy. Die. Yeah. Hold on, I'll have to bring it up. Oh, never mind. Thank you. No, that person is completely disruptive. Let me just make sure his account gets deleted as well. Yeah, just the user. Oh yeah, here we are. Yeah, ban evasion. There we go. Reported for ban evasion. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just don't do it. If you get banned, just take your licks and move on. Seriously. Not everyone's going to like you. These are really fucking loud. Well, I mean, they don't need to be even stereo, but just to give you some idea, well, hold on, let me just record the last two here and then I'll demonstrate. Right, okay, we gotta save that one. Okay. Says nothing about the transfer on this one. Nah, it's just, basic ass high def, no biggie. We scanned it in HD from a VHS tape. Looks great. I'm sure it's fine. Alright. Delta Force 2. Isn't this the Colombian connection? And they say that's what it was? it doesn't say that. It just says Delta Force 2 on this. So, alright, whatever. Just go Delta Force 2. Delta Force 2. Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris from An Eye for an Eye is in peak form in this explosive is United States. Chuck Norris from An Eye for an Eye is in Chuck Norris from An Eye for an Eye is in peak form in this explosive action-adventure that brings back one of his most unforgettable characters, Delta Force Colonel Scott McCoy, for a daring mission to destroy a deadly South American drug cartel. When notorious drug lord Ramon? I think it's Ramon. When notorious drug lord Ramon Coda, Billy Drago from The Hero and the Terror, When notorious drug lord Ramon Coda, Billy Drago of The Hero and the Terror, captures a team of American narcotics agents, as well as a member of McCoy's elite data force? As well as a member of McCoy's elite Delta Force commando unit, and imprisons them in his remote San Carlos compound, the Delta Force charges into action. The Delta Force charges into action, waging war against Coda's powerful cocaine empire. Against all odds, McCoy and his squad must fight their way to a blistering final battle to free the hostages and destroy the ruthless criminal mastermind in this lightning-paced and outrageously exciting turbocharged adventure. Chuck's brother Aaron Norris, a platoon leader, directed this sequel to the smash hit, featuring strong performances by John P. Ryan of Avenging Force, Richard Jackal of Grizzly, and Mark Margolis from The Rosary Murders. I'm fine. Only one more. I'm dying here. The wheeze cough. Are you alright? What's the coughing? It's smoker's cough, dude. It's just... Also, doing that narrator voice is very hard on the throat. That's really, really it. Like, regardless, I would probably be coughing my brains out anyway, because I don't do that voice a lot. So, it's alright. Fine. So it's weird as hell that YouTube got rid of the ability to actually block people several... I know. And you know when they did it? It was right at the start of Pride Month that year. When people in the LGBTQ community probably most need that feature to keep the filth and trash off their page. Yeah. Real classy, YouTube. I called them out on it. I got ignored. I called them out several times. Sent them feedbacks. Tweeted them. Ignored. It's bullshit. Used to be, meanwhile, Twitch actually has more robust blocking features now. When you block someone, they can't watch your stream anymore. They can't interact with it. They can't see it. The page just comes up as blank. So, that's the way it should be on all social media. Whenever you block someone, they should just be cut off entirely from your content. The thing is, on YouTube, it doesn't. It just hides them. They can still watch your content. They can still thumb it down. They can still share it. They can still do any number of things to it. They just can't comment on it. Or actually, they can even comment on it, but only they will see their comment. It drops. It's like a shadow ban, which is fucking useless. I don't understand that. Why don't you just forgive him? Forgive who? No, I am not someone who gives second chances. And when I do, it's very rare. And if you're talking about the person I banned, no. He actually had multiple second chances, and, you know, so forget it. Not happening. I need to think of the greater good of my community. So if it is somebody that is going to, that I know from past history, has a history of being incredibly disruptive to the community and the flow of the streams and everything else, they're not welcome here. Simple as that. So, trust me, these decisions do not come about lightly. And with that particular person who has been a thorn in my side for literal years, there is no forgiveness. There will never be forgiveness. Didn't even try. No. Where are we here? Right. Last one. What? Is this the person that bothered you the other day? No. That was a different person. Who has also been a thorn in my side for years. I don't know why. I don't know why these people just feel the need to bother me. Or are just so fixated on me. Like, just fuck off. Please. Yeah, this one in particular, I had something additional to say. Huh? Seems to always be the ones who are just stalkers. Well, yeah, like, just go away. Why are you so obsessed with me? I've made it clear that I want nothing to do with you on multiple occasions. Just fuck off. Invasion USA. Presented in HDR from a newly scanned fucking shit and fuck and shit fuckity fuck. Invasion USA, presented in 4K ultra high definition for the first time ever from a newly scanned and restored print from the fucking shit fuck. Invasion USA, now available in 4K Ultra HD. Newly scanned and restored from its holy shit, 35mm original camera negative again. Why not original 35mm camera negative? Newly scanned and restored from its 35mm original camera negative and presented in HDR. Matt Hunter thought he had put his fighting days behind him. No. Matt Hunter thought he had put his fighting days behind him when he retired from the CIA, preferring to live in the serene solitude of the Florida Everglades. But when notorious Soviet terrorist Mikhail Rostov decides to exact revenge against Matt, this one-man army has no choice but to dust off his martial arts skills and face off, Uzis in hand, against his deadliest enemy. However, as Matt tries to remain one step ahead, the insidiously evil Rostov begins deploying bands of guerrilla fighters across the state to terrorize innocent civilians and force Matt out into the open and compel him to face off for one final, bloody showdown. An action tour de force from director Joseph Zito of The Prowler and Friday the 13th, the final chapter, and one of the key films in helping establish Chuck Norris, who co-authored the screenplay with James Bruner, as an action superstar. Invasion USA was also one of the first true blockbusters from 80s genre film legends Menahem Golan and Yoram Globus's Canon Films, co-starring Richard Lynch from The Sword and the Sorcerer, Melissa Prophet from Goodfellas and Casino, and Billy Drago from The Untouchables. This epic feat of non-stop stunt work and incredible action set pieces comes to 4K UHD from Vinegar Syndrome, newly restored for this release from its original 35mm camera negative, and ready for retribution with a staggering supply of new and archival bonus materials. Invasion USA. Hey kids, here's a fun fact. Did you know that Matt Hunter was also the name of the human friend and fucking guy, the stuff? Yeah. Cool, huh?
Red.
What? Yes, doing recording here. What's up? Okay, thank you. Hey kids, here's a fun fact. Did you know that Matt Hunter was also the name of the human friend and ally of the GoBots in Challenge of the GoBots? Yeah. And voiced by, hold on. Who the fuck did the voice? He didn't play Dave Holden in Blade Runner. Morgan Paul. Okay, he's in way more than 11 episodes. He's in like the whole fucking series. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. And a peripherally related fun fact, Matt Hunter in the GoBots cartoon was voiced by Morgan Paul, who played Dave Holden, the ill-fated Blade Runner from Blade Runner, 1982. The ill-fated Blade Runner... the ill-fated Blade Runner from the 1982 Ridley Scott film. Blade Runner. I'm talking about Blade Runner. You know Blade Runner? Yeah. The guy who voiced Matt Hunter in GoBots was the guy who played Dave Holden in Blade Runner. And Matt Hunter was also the name of Chuck Norris's character in Invasion USA. The reason this is significant is because Invasion USA came out the year after, actually 2 years after the GoBots premiered. So clearly, what that means is Chuck Norris is a massive GoBots fan. clearly. I mean, he even looks a little like Chuck Norris. I want that GoBots comic. Apparently in the UK they did a bunch of GoBots comics. They didn't really do any here until, like, recently. That's good. And I can transparency that. You are not licking yourself right now. For fuck's sake, God. Had all day. Already licked himself. It's like he goes and eats one little thing, couple nibbles, couple nuggets, and then has to just lick every square inch of himself. I'm pretty sure you didn't eat with your entire body, cat. That's a pretty rad cover. Sure would be nice if it was not garbage resolution. Okay. Just load it! Jesus Christ, website. Thank you. Holy crap, man. Why are you taking forever to load? Come on! God damn, it's not even that high a resolution. Looks good. But yeah, anyway, that looks fucking awesome. I sure wish there was a collected edition of it. I think there might have been. But I didn't know about it until it was too late, so... What? Remember, though, IMDb count flashbacks as an appearance. Yeah? Dude, GoBots was 65 episodes. Matt Hunter was in virtually all of them. It said he was in 11 episodes. That was the problem. They did not correctly list the number of episodes that character appears in. Impressive that this program... Oh, Cool Edit? Yeah. When's it from? About. Does it have a year on it? Centrillium Software Company doesn't even exist anymore. Cool Edit was bought by Adobe. And they turned it into Adobe Audition. But see, this is why, software developers, it's so important to follow the Windows guides, like the guides that they give you. Like, stick to these, these style guides or code guides, whatever, and your stuff should remain compatible through future generations of Windows. Centrillium stuck rigidly to that, and look at that. It works perfectly. We're running it in 4K over 20 years after the fact. I think this came out in like 2001 originally. So yeah, this program is almost 25 years old, and it works great. I really had no desire to get anything else. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And it has like quite a lot of options, like for noise reduction, amplification, and so all different kinds of effects. And all of these have like multiple levels of effects, filters. You can do like white noise. You can change the pitch, and just a whole bunch of stuff. So it's pretty cool. I don't know if I don't think it recognizes VST plugins because I don't think those existed yet. But what are you talking about, Steve? What if one of these so-called thorns in my spine donated to the month goal? Well, okay. Contributing money to the stream does not give you carte blanche to be an asshole or to be disruptive. Okay? It's not like insofar as like soundboard is so-called paying the troll tax. Yeah, obviously that's fine. That's acceptable. That's what it is for. But when you come in and you hurl accusations at me, or you're just an asshole to me and other members of the stream, then I don't care how much you've contributed. I do not care. You are a detriment to the stream and to the community. I put the community first before myself. Okay? So that's it. And I don't know who you're talking about from the other day. I mean, there's always someone or something like that. I'm not sure what you're getting at here. Like, how about I just manage the stream, okay? And we just leave it at that. Just trust my judgment on this, all right? I've been doing this for damn near 20 fucking years, all right? I've literally been streaming for 19 years. So just trust that I know what I'm doing at this point, and when it comes to managing troublesome users, I definitely know what I'm doing because I have literally 2 decades of experience doing that. So, also, you don't know the history of these people. I do. So, again, just trust me. Just trust that I know what I'm doing. And just enjoy the content. I'm not looking for advice. I'm not looking for suggestions. I've got it all well in hand. So, that's that. So what was this? Yes, Dan, actually, he says, so you can give yourself a creepy voice for the horror stuff you want to. I have done that. I have done that before. I also have some real-time voice changer things that I can use, like through the... well, you won't hear it there because it only works through the Yeti. But anyway, I have one for the Yeti that... So you have a bunch of like just equalizer things which I use to just make the mic a little prettier. But there's also effects: alien, robot, demon, higher pitch, lower pitch, and these are all adjustable, customizable. These are all real time. The only catch is I can't hear them. You guys can hear them when I activate them, but I can't hear them like to monitor them. Wow, fuck off with your goddamn What are you doing? What? Yeah, just confirm. I don't even know. I was just looking at something that I already knew what I was looking at. I didn't need to have an ad thrown in my face. By the way, I've been watching the new season of Black Mirror. That's one reason I wasn't on yesterday. I was also watching, getting caught up on Love on the Spectrum, which is great. Yeah, new season of Black Mirror is awesome. Really enjoying it so far. I just watched I've watched 4 of the 7 episodes. I just watched the Paul Giamatti episode. God damn, he is such an amazing actor. Like, he is never not good in basically anything he does, you know? It's great. Trust. That's right. Thank you, Wolf of the North. Well, and yeah, basically, as Dan says, it's not for us to have a judgment or opinion on your platform that you choose to run how you like when you're the operator. Exactly. If you want to let trolls run rampant in your stream, go for it. That's your stream. That's your rules. In my case, I honestly, I'm just tired of dealing with people like that. I've been dealing with people like that since before the internet, actually, like back in the days of local BBS chat systems and stuff. So, the government defense, yeah, source, trust me, bro, pretty much. Also, just generally propaganda, you know. Spouting something as if it's the truth with nothing to actually back it up or prove it to be true. So, you wouldn't go to a nucleoscience and tell him how to do something. Well, no. Correct. John Adams. What? Okay. I was watching Coachella last night. Cool. I was not. I don't have much interest in those kinds of things. I was watching Love on the Spectrum and Black Mirror, and that was it. And what else? Checking out some of the footage we shot the other day. Looked quite good. Ugh. I did post a still from the close-ups, these ones, on the on my Blue Sky. So, yeah, cool. Oh, Paul Giamatti played John Adams. Gotcha. I haven't seen like everything he's ever been in. I've enjoyed him whenever he shows up in something that I'm watching. So anyway, the Paul Giamatti episode of Black Mirror, outstanding. It's largely like him. It's mostly him and one other character. It's a very small scale thing, but very deeply, you know, personal and emotional, and it's just fantastic. And, you know, as many episodes of that show do, will stomp all over your heart. Just stomp it into oblivion. Alright, Matt, let's get you in here. Just gonna see about transparenting it. That looks good. Always nice when it's nice, clean line work. And there. And just a little bit by his hair here. There. Get right down to the pixels. Look at that. Crazy, man. Feel like we lost something there. Hold on a second. Let me just let's just back it up here. usually turn anti-aliasing off just so we get more precise. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely a little something missing there. You can probably fill that in. Whoops. No. No. There we go. Now, we go here. I feel like we just need a couple pixels there. Hold on. Let's make sure we match it. There. That looks pretty good. Okay. You just about done over there, Church? Are we going to be able to do some filming soon? You gonna let us do that, maybe? You think? You think? There, buddy? Oh, it's so trippy. The transparent background stays stationary, but the figure moves over it. Look at that. Look, I'm making a cartoon. Do 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 do. Oh, bad guys are coming. Better run away, but keep an eye on them. Do 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 do. Mad Hunter, ready for action. Do 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 do. All right. Anyway, enough of that. Looks good. I don't think we missed any pieces. Nope. Looks good. Let's get rid of the JPEG. It was a few concerts. Yeah, I mean, I know what Coachella is. I just don't really have much interest in that sort of thing. Doctor Who Series 15 / Season 2 / whatever the fuck you want to call it, numbering wise, premiered. I am aware. I have not watched it yet. Because I was watching Love on the Spectrum and Black Mirror. I keep telling you people this. That's all I watched yesterday. I didn't watch anything else. I know other things came out. I haven't watched them yet. I'll get to them eventually. But pretty much not far off of most. Well, I mean, they were the kings of like limited animation. Them and Filmation, you know. It was all in the matter of efficiency and speed. So that's how they were able to crank out like 65 episode seasons, you know, in a year. So I said, no, I was telling you about that's Dead set for the creator of Black. Oh, right. That other, yeah, you mentioned that. What was it again? I was telling you about that's Dead set from the creator of Black Mirror. Apparently it's on Netflix Canada. What is it? It's from Charles Brooker.
You know my mother?
Who knows me?
Fuck's sake. Shut up. Charlie Brooker. Maybe I can just look it up. Yeah, Charlie Brooker. Is it this one? Death to 2020? Yes. All right. Adding that. Oh, and the Death 2 I see what you're saying. And then there's this one. Okay, cool. No, fuck's sake. Stop! Stop! I wanted to add it to my list, you fucking fuck. Well, whatever. We'll get it. There. Oh my god, Netflix. Let me exit out. I hate that shit. It's like too aggressive about trying to make things play for you. I need to watch this one, Kunk on Life. She's hilarious. I've seen some clips. It's Charlie Brooker's Zombie Big Brother. It's called Dead Set. Oh, there's a different one. So there's Death 2 and then there's Dead Set. Hold on. Dead Set. Uh-huh. Does not appear to be here. A lot of other zombie stuff. This one's really good, by the way. Hashtag Alive. Highly recommend. It's just a standalone movie. It's very good. Very, very good. Good old claustrophobic horror. All of Us Are Dead. Love, Death, and Robot. Out Studios. Yeah. And Happiness. Very cool. Kingdom. This Is the End. It said it was on there. Well, I don't know. Well, no, I mean, it's... He said Netflix Canada. Is it one word? I mean, how recent is that? Is it possible it's just not on it anymore? I mean, I looked up Charlie Brooker. I didn't see anything else here. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Kunk on Earth, Kunk on Life. Good old Kunk. Between Two Ferns, the movie. What? Well, shit. Add that to the list. There, Death to 2021. Yeah, okay, there. Get that. Alright. Maybe I'll watch those as a follow-up to Black Mirror once I finish it. This is so underrated, by the way. Maniac. It's actually a dystopian sci-fi miniseries. It's got a terrible name to it. Highly recommended. It's very good. If you like a bit of dystopian sci-fi, Lord knows I do. Oh yeah, Unfrosted. I keep meaning to read that one. Which one is it? It's about the making of Pop-Tarts or something? Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Two Ferns? Oh yeah, well anything with Zach Galifianakis, he's fucking hilarious. I love his just, well, his very deadpan humor, which I love. And like Two Ferns is just perfectly awkward. It's a perfect send-up of like those old public access, you know, interview shows. The checkerboard background in Photoshop always reminds me of The Thief and the Cobbler. Okay, interesting. Apparently it's moved to Prime Video. Alright, well, I have that too. Jesus Christ. That startled me. And was it Dead Set? Uh-huh. Dead Set is unavailable on Prime Video. And people wonder why we pirate things. Because you just make it fucking impossible to find anything. Like, yeah, I don't need the Lego movie. It's on my fucking shelf. You know? Get Out, on my shelf. American Gangster, I think that's on my shelf somewhere too. Like, Last Samurai, on my shelf. Kick-Ass, on my shelf. The Crow, well, not that one. Oh, hey, I can watch this for free. I might just check that out. There we go. The new The Crow, the Watchmen, on my shelf. Big Lebowski, on my shelf. Quiet Place, on my shelf. Like, just all these things that I own. The Party, just bought the Blu-ray. Is it on my shelf yet? Because I haven't put it away yet. Oh, maybe it is. Actually, it might be on my shelf. Yeah. Anyway. No dead set. And greetings, Thomas. Thank you for the terrifying intro. Maybe, again, if we do one word. No. The Peripheral. This was really good. I don't know if it's getting a second season. I feel like I watched it so long ago. Yeah, it came out like 4 years ago. I guess that's it. I guess it's done. I hate when that happens. Anyway. We're good. I don't know. On my shelf pending. Which one? No, I'm not letting you put cookies on my computer for a site I'm literally never going to visit again. Just fuck off. Fuck off. Just fuck off. Crazy. Church, knock it off. You don't need to spit all over yourself so loudly. But bang! Finally saw The Thing, eh? Yeah, it's a good one. It's an absolute triumph for practical effects, as I'm sure you can imagine. Also, just a great cast of, A-listers, and character actors. A great score by Ennio Morricone, and with some fills from John Carpenter and Alan Howarth, and just all those incredible creature effects. And it's scary. Like, it keeps you guessing. You don't know who to trust. You don't know who's a thing and who's human, and just keeps building that paranoia. It's great. It's great stuff. Love The Thing. I just recently picked up the 4K edition of it. I have not watched it yet. So just looked on Just Watch. Apparently it's not on. So that was outdated information you found, I guess. Steve, let it go, or you're going to get yourself banned. Seriously. Not in the mood. Not giving Jamie or anybody else who has been banned a second chance. Anyway, enjoy some clips. I'll be back shortly. Yeah, baby. Burn, motherfucker, burn. You guys get all three of them? I just got all three of them. Woo! They thought they were being so clever, pulling up on either side of me. Yeah, let's box them in. All right. Whoa! Burn, baby, burn. I don't know. I have company. How's it going, church? Sniff, sniff. Are you investigating? Are you being an investigator? What are you doing? What are you doing?
He literally just sat right in front of the camera. How you doing, buddy? Yeah. You need some pets, right? You need some love? Yeah. What you doing? You're looking like a gargoyle. What even happened? I don't even know what's going on. Oh god. What happened? Oh my god. I have no idea either, guys. It's like, what is going on? Everybody's just lost their minds. I have no idea what's happening.
Oh, fuck, I didn't know.
Oh my god! That's hilarious.
That was pretty good. I like that. Dancing through the rift. So you're just going thing crazy? I'd also highly recommend picking up Frozen Hell, which is the recently discovered full-length novella version of Who Goes There, which was previously unknown. Actually, people didn't even know it existed. But it's the full story. Yes, Steve, the fact he still shows up, no, it's telling me how much he still likes you. Yeah, it's called being a fucking stalker. Okay? This is not a thing to be forgiven or admired or given second chances. Alright? I don't give a shit how much he likes me. I want him to go away and leave me alone forever. That's it. Not From Hell. Frozen Hell. From Hell is the story about Jack the Ripper written by Alan Moore and was adapted as a movie. But at least you got it, as long as you have Frozen Hell in some form. It's a pretty fast read, too. I think I read it in a couple of sittings. Yeah, Baby Reindeer. I'm actually in the middle of watching Baby Reindeer. I need to get back to it. Yeah, she really liked him, too. No, I know it's not directed at me, Dan. I'm just saying I agree. That's a good example. We're all stalking then at that, but what are you talking about, Steve? Alright, you're getting on my last nerve here. Well, let's just put you in the corner for half an hour. You'd like it physically? Yeah, you can. I don't know how. I think it might be a print on demand title. I don't remember, but you can. Where did I get it? I just got it from Amazon. There's also there's a couple books. There's a book of short stories, which I think is called Things from Another World. Some of those are quite good. I don't know, Dan. I'm not going to go on about it. The problem has been dealt with. So, and weirdly, one of the few adaptations of his work that he actually allowed Who? John W. Campbell, you mean? In regards to the book? Well, I mean, it was discovered... from Hell. Right, never mind. We're getting crossed wires. The Alan Moore one. Yeah, I know. It's the... I think it's the only one that he has his name on, too. But it's alright, Dan. Just let it go. It's done. It's good. We're fine. Everything's cool. Don't worry about it. Anywho, oh yeah. Alright, never mind. I don't need to worry about it. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe... No. That's fine. But all the things... There's a couple of other books you might want to, like, look into. Yeah, here it is. There's this one, which I just picked up recently, called Short Things, which is a collection of short stories set in the world of The Thing. And then there is also The Things from Another World, which was written by the guy who edited Frozen Hell and also edited this collection of short stories. And then there was this one as well by Dan Brereton, which is a follow-up to the 1951 film. And, yeah, heard this one isn't great, but I still want to get it just for completion's sake. And then here's Frozen Hell. It was actually pretty cheap. $20. This is the edition I have. Very cool cover. Yeah, it's 45 pages longer than the short story version that was in circulation for so long. So yeah, good stuff. And there's the novelization, yes. I got lucky with that and found it in a used bookstore. And that one's interesting. I don't know where the hell it is. There. There's a couple different covers for it. Oh, there you go. A bargain at $192. Yeah, I have, I don't have this edition. I have, oh, excuse me. I have a different edition. Different cover. But, I mean, there's only one book. They just had a few different covers over the years. But, yeah. It's actually an interesting novelization, especially since it was written from an earlier draft of the script. So there's a couple of quite lengthy scenes in it that are not in the movie. They went in a different direction in the movie. But, so it's interesting to kind of see how the story might have played out. Ugh. God, I just wipe my eyes, then yawn again, and then they fill up with tears again. God damn it. Ugh. I don't see movies in the theater anymore, Freddie. So I will see it when it comes out on 4K, probably. The 2011 prequel was ruined by more than bad CGI. It had story issues and just general... It's a fucking mess, honestly. Like, it could and should have been something special, but... What's your favorite horror movie of every decade? I'm absolutely not answering that. That is too much to go into. But, got The Thing from Another World and The Thing 2011 and The Thing PS2 for £20. Like, collectively, that's pretty impressive. Cool. They also did the remake of The Thing video game recently, and it does have a physical version coming, I believe. Might be through limited run games, which I like the principle of what they're doing, but I hate them at the same time because their stuff is so... Yeah, it's not even listed here. I don't like how they slightly changed the font on this. This is not the correct font. This is the correct font. Big, thick letters all over, like, touching each other. This just annoys me. At least they used the original Drew Struzan poster. Oh, no, here it is. Yeah, The Thing remastered. PS5. And there's the deluxe edition. Ooh. I might need to get this. This looks really nice. Got an ID card for Blake. It's in a steelbook. This looks like the Nintendo... So it's available for the PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch. I don't know why the Xbox got shafted, but there it is. $70, eh? It's actually not too bad. I might grab that for the Thing collection. I have this one, the Warner Archive edition of The Thing from Another World. You have it pre-ordered? Yeah. You know what? I think I will put in a pre-order for that. I'll have money by June. I just gotta remember to set it aside, that's all. We'll be well into the swing of things with the new Multimedia Chronicles stuff, so by then. So So yeah, let's do this. Pre-order. Nice thing about Amazon Canada and Amazon US is it doesn't cost anything to pre-order. They only charge you when it ships. So, my favorite of the three. Of what? The three what? The silent films from the 20s you mentioned? Nosferatu, Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, and The Phantom of the Opera. Yeah, I mean, I'd say those are probably the big three silent ones. Dude, don't mention him by name in the chat, please. I have to delete that comment. You can't mention him on stream, dude. Seriously. Any acknowledgement at all he takes as positive contact, and we won't hear the end of it. He watches these streams, so don't ever mention him on stream, please. That goes out to everybody. If you don't know who I'm talking about, count your blessings. If you do know who I'm talking about, please don't ever mention him on stream. The original 1950s one should just be called The King. Or the King. The King! The King of Things. The Thing, well, The Thing from Another World. I mean, technically speaking, it probably should have been called Who Goes There? But, yeah. And yes, I'm still, we got 6 days to get a video up for the anniversary. I've already got one basically ready to go. Actually, I have a couple that I could just post. So we're going to do some editing in the week ahead. I want to get some more filming done first, but I got some more editing. We'll have a couple of like big editing streams and stuff like that. Last of Us first season steelbook, eh? Pretty sexy. Oh yeah, I forgot they did a Gladiator 2. Huh. Oh. I ate an ocean of fucking popcorn earlier. We're currently doing basically one meal a day. Just to kind of stretch out the meaty pasta, so I've had my meal. So basically we'll just do snacks, I guess. Got some rye bread and Nutella. So toasted rye bread with Nutella is good. I would prefer peanut butter, honestly, but I've got enough for like one slice of toast, I think. Need to get more peanut butter. If I may rub your ego, you've done so well the last few months with all the amazing filming and work that you've done. Well, thank you very much, Dan. I appreciate the ego rub. It wasn't big enough already, but no, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I know it's been a long wait for everybody, but I assure you, it will be worth it. There's a lot of cool stuff coming, which you guys have seen bits and pieces of as we've been filming, but yes. Some will have slightly higher production value than others. But I mean, that's just the way it goes. Like this Chuck Norris one, I just kind of wanted to have some fun with. You know, started out just, you know, having the Chuck Norris jokes, but then I thought of other little things I could do. So, yeah, there you go. Well, actually, I would say those are two pretty well-known examples. Fright Night Part 2 and Hills Have Eyes 2. But, especially in horror circles. Fright Night 2 might finally be getting a Blu-ray release. From, who the hell was it? Vinegar Syndrome? Or no, it wasn't Arrow. Severin, maybe? I can't remember. There was an announcement a couple months back. I wouldn't say Nightmare on Elm Street 3 is more well known than the original. I mean, the original is generally considered a horror classic at this point. But, I mean, the third one is generally considered to be the best of the sequels. And I certainly agree with that. I think it's a terrific sequel. One of my faves. Evil Dead 2 is actually my favorite of the franchise. I would not say that Psycho 2 is better than the original, but I would say it is a very solid sequel. But yes, the whole Evil Dead franchise is great. For me, Evil Dead 2 is my favorite because I feel it gets the balance between horror and comedy just right. The first one leans more heavily into horror. The third one leans more heavily into comedy and is more like a comedy fantasy adventure. But I feel like the second one gets the balance right, and it's my favorite of the three. I need to see the I still need to see the remake, and I think I need to pick up the new one, Evil Dead Rise. And I did just pick up the... Where did I get it? I can't remember. I'll have to check. I did pick up Ash vs. Evil Dead, the complete series finally, so looking forward to that. Slowly working your way through the extras of The Thing Arrow Edition. Nice. Yeah, that's got a nice extras package. Yeah, and Funk says the 2013 movie and Rise are both great. I don't know if Rise was out yet when I was doing my big buying binge. So, you can never really say a sequel is better than the original, because without the original you wouldn't get the sequel. Well, I mean, that's true, but I mean, I don't think you can never say that. It's not saying that it would exist independently of the original. Obviously, one requires the other, but you know, a good sequel ideally improves upon what was begun in the original. You know, Terminator 2, for example. You know, the first one was a great, you know, sci-fi horror chase movie, whereas in the second one they raised the stakes and went bigger. And hey.
Thomas Wright _ donated $10. Let's get a $1 Donner train going.
There you go. Dollar Dono train. Might actually have enough to make a withdrawal now. Holy shit. Maybe. Yes, just barely. Just barley. Well, let's get that moving. Oh wait, it's Saturday. Well, Sunday morning. It's not moving anywhere. Well, I'll convert it to Canadian at least for now. Yeah, The Dark Knight would be another example. I enjoyed that one far more than Batman Begins. I'd say it's my favorite of the trilogy by a pretty wide margin. Yeah, I really don't want to talk about like what my favorite this or that is. I enjoy most of the Friday the 13th movies. I don't really have any major issues with any of them. Well, yeah, like Nightmare 3, it takes the core concepts of the original and, you know, raises the stakes. And, you know, continues the story in an interesting direction that makes a lot of sense, you know. It seems that the most successful sequels are the ones that have the survivors of the first one traumatized and in a mental institution. So another connection between Nightmare 3 and Terminator 2. Although it wasn't Nancy who was in the mental institution, of course she became like a counselor kind of thing, but you know what I mean. What's your favorite out of the fucker movies? Oh, I mean, who can pick a favorite? They're both such masterpieces, you know. I mean, the first one was great, but then the second one just, you know, took it to a whole other level. So, I don't know, but I mean, you really need to see the first one to fully understand the fucker. And, you know, to get all the references in the second one that refer back to the first one. So, you know. I don't think Aliens is better than Alien because they are both very different films. Alien is a virtually perfect film in almost every conceivable way. Cinematography, story structure, pacing, the cast is fantastic. But it's a straight up horror movie. It's a haunted house movie in space. Aliens is, again, darn near a perfect film. But it's more action. They did very much the same thing they did with Terminator. Like, they started with horror and then they moved to action. Oh, surprise, surprise. The actiony ones are both James Cameron. But, yeah. Nightmare 2 is alright. I mean, I've done videos about the whole Nightmare franchise, dude. You can just go watch the videos if you want to hear my thoughts on those. I appreciate the views. But, yeah, well, some people prefer the action or comedy. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, but I mean, I'm speaking objectively in terms of what are the key qualities of what makes a quality film, not personal opinion or personal preference. And structurally speaking, both of them are very good, but they're very different. So, watched Aliens for the first time last year. Oh, wow. Watched it back to back with the original, and I was still really fucking impressed. Oh, yeah. The third act is pretty horror-y. Oh, when they get into, like, the nest and everything, yeah. I mean, it still has those horror elements, for sure. But it is very action-y. Compared to the first. Which is fine. I mean, it's, they raised the stakes. So instead of there just being one alien, they had a whole colony full of them that they had to deal with, So it's, it's fun. I like both of them. They mostly come out at night. Mostly. Yes. The fucker. Were you there for the entire fucker saga, Frunk? I can't remember. I remember we watched those and we all just had a blast because they were just so batshit insane. Yeah. Maybe we'll have a rewatch of those at some point. Those were fun. I swear it was basically just some kid filmed them in his bedroom. And they're just like, they're just must-sees. Like, they're such strange animals, but I'm treating all your thing content as part of the extras. Even though they aren't on the set. Every time I hear mostly, I think of that video going over the Cameron AI upscales. Which one? There was a few. The ones that rated it positively basically instantly made my block list. It's like, yep, this guy's full of shit. And doesn't know what he's talking about. I would absolutely not say that Halloween 4 is superior to Halloween 1978, but hey, whatever floats your boat. Halloween 4 is pretty good, but unfortunately, it just goes off the rails from there. But, it had some interesting ideas. Really liked, what's-her-face? Danielle, the little girl in it. She was really good. So... Narrow. I don't know who. Daniel Harris, thank you. I had half of her name. Yeah, she was great. I mean, she was the best part of 4 and 5, I think, just because her acting was so outstanding. Yeah. Wasn't the fucker the one that had a big scene of someone watching Evil Dead 2? Yes, I believe it did. Yeah, there were a couple things they had to blur out the screen because he was watching, actual movies. So, yeah. Here we are. Yeah, it was, he was watching Evil Dead 2, and then there was, something else. I forget. He was, maybe one of the Nightmare on Elm Streets. I can't remember. But yeah, I think the idea was that he became, like, the spirit of the fucker came out of the video and possessed him or something. I can't remember. But, it was fun. I have more obscure, strange, primarily shot on video horror films, by the way. We will watch them. So is this so like the ninja films? You were so tired. Well, we did them all as midnight screenings, so it would have been like crack of dawn for you probably, so. The first and third ninja. Which ninja films are you talking about? There's a few ninja trilogies out there. I recently got the Canon Films one, Enter the Ninja, Revenge of the Ninja, and Ninja 3 The Domination. I'm looking forward to watching those. Never seen them before. So which one are you talking about? There's also a trilogy of ninja films on the drive-in collection I have. Oh, so you're talking about the same one, the trilogy. Yeah, and each one of them has Sho Kosugi as a different character. They just really wanted Sho Kosugi in all of them. But, yeah, the Domination, it's kind of like the Friday the 13th, the final or no, Friday the 13th, or no, it's like, what? Blah, blah, blah. Jason Goes to Hell, that's the one. Wow, brain farts. It's like, yeah, Ninja Death, 1, 2, and 3, that's the one. But yeah, the Domination is like the, Jason Goes to Hell chapter of the Ninja trilogy. Like, the first two, I think, are pretty straight-up action movies. But then the third one, they add, like, these crazy supernatural aspects to it. This girl becomes possessed by a ninja assassin, and another ninja assassin has to, like, help her or something. Yeah, it's weird. Isn't she like a fitness instructor or something, and she becomes like possessed by the spirit of this like ancient ninja assassin or whatever? Yeah. Anyway, it's cringely 80s. Excellent. Well, I mean, technically they're all 80s, but like that one, it's like, well, let's see, what can we do for a movie? We need to revitalize our ninja franchise. Well, what if we mix it with the 20-minute workout? And have a fitness instructor become a ninja. A hot chick instructor, yeah. A power line worker and fitness. Okay, well, there you go. Jason Goes to Hell is basically an Evil Dead movie. Yeah, kind of, yeah, because it just kind of, jumps from person to person. I like it, alright. It's got some fun moments. Oh, wait a minute. She does both of those things? She's a power line worker and a fitness instructor? Wow. Multi-talented. Two jobs that totally tie into each other. Oh, man. I wonder if that Ninja trilogy, the Ninja Death ones, I don't know. I would buy that. I'll get any and all ninja stuff I can get my hands on. Ninja and samurai stuff. Well, I might have to rip those, and we'll have a Ninja Death trilogy night sometime. Yeah. And I think, wasn't it something weird that the way Mill Creek had put the one, like the first and third ones are on one disc, and then it's like 20 discs later you get the second one or something. Like, it's crazy. Friday Part 9, I'd say, is more of a ripoff of The Hidden and not a subtle one. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, similar idea. Mortal Kombat. Yeah, well, actually, Mortal Kombat has a whole bunch of direct-to-video animated movies now, featuring various characters. I'm pretty sure, I think there's a Sub-Zero one. I think that was the first one they did. I don't know if there's a... Did you seriously just ask me that, Freddy? Do you even watch my videos, dude? Do you have any idea how many videos I've done about Ninja Turtles? The short answer is yes. I watched the original Ninja Turtles show, like, when it originally came on. Like the 80s one. And I read the comics for a couple years before the show came on. Speaking of the Friday the 13th films, the ones I'm not huge on was Part 5 and Part 6, but even those weren't boring. Credit where it's due. The Friday the 13th films, none of them, even the bad ones, are boring. Not at all. Absolutely. I agree. Yeah, I mean, I really don't have any major complaints about any of them either. I mean, I finally watched all of them, all the ones that I, rewatched them all, and then also watched the ones that I hadn't got around to yet. And I enjoyed all of them, honestly. I think it's a pretty consistently entertaining franchise. So, doesn't really have any major stinkers that I can think of. I know a lot of people bitch and moan about Part 5, but I enjoy Part 5. I think it works well as an American giallo. I've said this before. But, do you even Zeranize Rankbo? Yes, it was. I have done a video about that as well because I have that on Laserdisc. The Journey Begins. I don't like Friday the 13th Part 8. The only thing I didn't like about Friday the 13th Part 8 is I wanted more of it to take place in actual New York, as was advertised. But apparently it was a budgetary issue. They couldn't shoot there for as long as they wanted to, so they set most of it on the fucking boat. Do you remember exactly what the first thing you got that started you on the path to collecting? Yes. The first video I ever bought that I recall was Max Headroom, the original story. It was the 1985, what is it, 85, 84? 84, I think. TV movie from Channel 4 that basically gave an origin story for Max Headroom, who was hosting a talk show at the time. And it became the basis for the ABC series that ran a couple of seasons a few years later. That wonderful dystopian sci-fi cyberpunk series where the networks control everything, basically. It's very prescient in that, nowadays we have social media essentially being controlled and used and weaponized. Back then the internet didn't exist, so it was all television, so they kind of, extrapolated a lot of the same ideas into a near future world where the media controlled everything, including politicians and religion and just the whole works. All society revolved around media consumption. So, even though the world of Max Headroom, it was TV, and in our world, it's the internet, the basic idea remains the same, and is scarily true to life. After that was the Transformers. Started collecting the big box releases of the Transformers, the original cartoon. They had to rewrite the film from scratch. Oh my god, really? Just because they weren't able to do New York as much as they wanted? So originally it was supposed to start in New York, and the final act of the movie was them getting on a boat going to Crystal Lake. So kind of the reverse. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, Part 8 had its moments. I didn't find it particularly memorable, honestly. I was expecting it to be more goofy fun than it actually was. The stuff on the boat just seemed like fairly by the numbers, Jason stalking people. And my favorite character, the hot gothy rocker chick, was like the first to die. I'm like, really? Yeah. And then, so that just soured me on the whole movie after that. But, that film makes a case that he was able to teleport. Oh, is that where it started? Or, like, was sort of officially... Because I know that they incorporated that into the game. Like, if you played as Jason, you could teleport in various situations, which was pretty cool. But, yeah, it's always the thing, because, like, the, no, it's just fucking absurd how quick he is in that film. Hence, must be teleporting. Yeah, well, I know that's always sort of been a joke, just generally with those types of movies, how the victim will be just running flat out as fast as they can, marathon running away from the killer, but the killer somehow always manages to stay like 2 steps behind them, or cut them off and like be where they're going somehow. Like, how? He wasn't moving that fast. Yeah. Best part of Friday Part 8 is Kane Hodder. Oh, obviously, yeah, for sure. Which I guess that was that his first one? I think that was his first one. Yeah. And I always said, like, in my recent, like, full franchise watch, one of the ones I saw for the first time was Jason X, which, I know people at the time were disappointed because they thought it was going to be Freddy versus Jason after the little teaser at the end of Jason Goes to Hell. But, 7 was his first one, okay. Yeah, 7 was alright, I thought. Basically Jason versus Carrie. It was okay. Friday the 13th part 7. It's totally not Carrie, we swear. Don't sue us. Yeah. But, But yeah, that was the thing. That was what I was going to say. That Jason X was actually really fun. I really enjoyed it a lot. It very much felt like a straight to video movie you'd find on the shelf at 7-Eleven. But I've always said that basically, further to that, what it feels like. Whenever I do the reviews, I'll mention this. But what it feels like is like there was a Friday the 13th movie on the shelf at 7-Eleven on VHS, sitting right next to some cheesy low-budget sci-fi horror movie, and there was like a lightning strike that just kind of merged them together into one movie, and that's what Jason X feels like to me. It's like the love child of a Friday the 13th movie and a cheesy direct-to-video sci-fi movie. Just like, just put them together, and you got Jason X. When it hit DVD, people grew to love it. A sci-fi horror... yeah, exactly. Like, you can't go into that one taking it seriously, because it doesn't take itself seriously. If you just go in expecting to have, like, cheesy, fun, good time, you'll have a blast. And watch it high, even better. So, yeah. Yeah, see, Freddy even says he likes that one, so there you go. Not that Freddy. Freddy Fazbear. The other Freddy. Yeah. Part 6 isn't even... You don't like Part 6? Really? A lot of people rate that one pretty high. But, Yeah, part 4 is good. I really like, actually, the story arc that plays out over 1, 2, 3, and 4. And, I mean, technically speaking, it plays right through the first 8 pretty consistently. But I'd say the first 6 are the most, like, solid continuity across them, so... Only seen Friday the 13th Part 5 to the remake when you got the Scream Factory. Like, that's the only ones that you had seen up to that point? So the first 4 were new to you, I guess? I assume you've seen them since. Oh, as it Funk says, what people questioned was, how did the boat Jason was on at the beginning manage to drift out to sea from Crystal Lake? Oh, the, in Jason Takes Manhattan. Did the boat teleport? Yes. Because Jason was on it, and he can teleport. So he spread his teleportation ability to the entire boat. He's that powerful. All because of Tommy. Fucking jamming the thing in him and the lightning, and it's all Tommy's fault. Fucking Tommy. Should have stuck to making his monster masks. Yeah, like part 5 has some great stuff in it. People bitch and moan that it's not Jason, but I still enjoy it. I think it's a solid film. You know, it's fun. Funk says Jason Lives is his favorite. Well, there you go. So he's all team fucking Tommy, apparently. First 4. Oh, okay. First 4 I'd seen before, and 5 and up was... Oh, wow. Okay, so you had a lot to catch up on. Well, I mean... Actually, you didn't have as much as I did, though, because when I got the set, I had basically seen, like, 2 of them, I think. Had I even seen 2 of them? I'd seen parts of 1 when it was on television when I was a kid. I think I'd seen a few scenes from 3 when it was on TV at some point, just to see some of the 3D gags that were not in 3D, of course, on TV. But I think the only one I had seen all the way through... Yeah, I'd only seen Jason Goes to Hell and Freddy vs. Jason. That was it. So when I got the Shout Factory set... Or no, I got another set a few years earlier, which was the first 8. It was just the Paramount ones. And I watched up to number 6. And that was the first I'd seen them, like, in full. Like, ever. So, I guess when I got the set, I still had to see 7, 8, 10, and the remakes. There were still 4 that I hadn't seen. So when I watched them a couple Halloweens ago, I basically just watched everything. I was talking about this the other day. I was watching it concurrently with Crystal Lake Memories. So I would watch one of the movies, and then I'd watch all the extras for that movie. I think in some cases I even listened to the commentaries. Like, I was really doing a deep dive. I was going to do a review series, but I just I got burned out on it, and I didn't get back to it. So I will get back to it at some point. I still have all the materials that I had gathered together thus far. But yeah, so then I finally sat down and watched everything. I watched all 10 of them. Well, all 10 of the originals, and then I don't think I rewatched Freddy vs. Jason, but because I've seen it so many times, and I fucking love that movie. It's so much fun. And then the remake, which I thought was really good. I thought Derek Mears was terrific as Jason, but I mean, he's always good. I'm a huge fan of him. But yeah, it's unfortunate that it didn't, kick off more. But I guess that was also around the time that all the stupid lawsuit bullshit was going on too, and just kind of causing the franchise to stagnate. So Ted White was the scariest Jason, and Derek Mears is the scariest Jason. Yeah. Well, with the modern sort of take, I mean, the violence is a lot more brutal in the remake, and the effects technology, especially for like slasher type stuff and being able to show the impact of the knife and whatnot, and just gore effects in general, have progressed so far since the original films that it's crazy. Probably like the last big, hurrah for practical effects actually is gore effects in horror movies. But what was this? So, and how the fuck did the boat, or was it where part 3 has recently faded from enjoyment of people? People used to love it, but it seems... Really? Why? Part 3 is so much fun. I love part 3. Especially if you ever get the chance to see it in 3D. Do it. It's so much fun in 3D. They just like stick shit in your face throughout the whole movie. It's ridiculous. And did you know that movie was what kicked off the 80s return of 3D? Hi, Church. What's up, buddy? What you doing? Are you investigating? Where are you going? Just looking around? No? No? Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by. Was this, and how the fuck did the boat, the lake, go to the ocean? Well, yeah, right? Isn't the whole purpose of a lake that it's self-contained and it's fresh water, not salt water? It's a lake. Even Cast on Set asked about this, and the director just said, "Shut up." It still cracks me up that he gets a new hockey mask, and it just so happens to fit him perfectly, and for some reason has the axe cut. Well, there you go. Even Jason himself likes continuity. Apparently Michael Bay walked out of the premiere of the 2009 film saying it went too far with the nude sex scenes that took him out of the movie. Bro, have you ever seen a Friday the 13th movie? That is literally where that trope came from. Friday the 13th started that trope of like the promiscuous teenagers and like the gratuitous nudity, and they get annihilated after a sex scene. I mean, I guess you could say that technically Halloween did it first, but like I would argue that Friday the 13th made it a thing. Like it was just something you always expected to see in a Friday the 13th movie, and if you didn't, you were disappointed. You go for the blood, guts, and boobs. Come on. So is it the remake? Friday the 13th, I think, is visually too dark, as can't see shit. Check your TV settings, because I didn't really have any issues there. Might just need to crank the brightness a little bit, but okay, or his own movies, but I guess they generally have clothes on, so it's... Yeah, I don't know what it is about Michael Bay. He just seems very anti-nudity in general. He's more about explosions, but I don't know. Really, Church? Again? You just did that. God damn it. I'm about to start filming. Michael Bay explosion every few seconds takes me out of his shit movies. Yeah, I know. Michael Bay himself is a trope. He's the guy who does explosions a lot. I remember seeing this thing about what if Titanic was directed by Michael Bay and just everything was exploding. People would fall into the water and explode. Yeah, just everything. Fiery explosions everywhere. And then I think there was a J.J. Abrams version, so it was just all lens flare. So much lens flare you could barely even see what was going on. Come on, dude. Hurry up. Get it done. Very anti-Michael Bay, can you tell? Yeah. I've heard He has done a couple of good movies, but I don't know what they are. The Rock, maybe? I hear The Rock's pretty good. He mainly produces movies now. I know he's producing, I think even co-writing the movie adaptation of Skibbity Toilet. Ugh. We are like this close to Ass the movie, I swear. The TCM remake and Friday had the same cinematographer. Really? Interesting. Iceberg explodes, everyone lives, yeah. In a violent nature yet. Why? Where you see everything from the serial killer's point of view, not a lot of dialogue. Interesting. I did not. Yeah, no, I have not seen that one. Fucking Skibbity Toilet. Why does that need to be a movie? Well, I'm sure all the Gen Zs will enjoy it and it'll make $1 billion. It's a shame the guy who created that is apparently kind of a piece of shit. Church, stop. I need to go to the store and get smokes anyway. I was about to have a smoke break. So, enjoy some clips for a few minutes. Hopefully he'll get all his lickety-lick-lick out of his system and we can do some filming when I get back. See you shortly. Enjoy. Hope they're good ones. And yes, I need to see that TCM remake. I hear it's quite good as well. I've still only seen the original. Clip time! And we go straight to the one that's frozen. Let's try that again. Good thing I was looking.
See if we can fudge it. So I can get the car in there, I might be able to boost into it. Alright. Here we go. Yes! We fudged it. Yes. 3 health. Wasn't there a health like right around here somewhere? Yeah, right there. The fall damage in this is so just inconsistent. La 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 la, do 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 do, la ha ha. I skip for joy. I killed everyone. La la la. Okay. A tick of health here.
Fuck! I missed it. There we go. Okay. Holy shit, man, we got him! With my little sliver of health. Oh, man. I went all Rocky Balboa on his ass. You're welcome. I was just making sure that went to him. I owe you. I owe you. Oh my god! Okay, those have never taken that much punishment before. Holy shit, man. I owe ya. What is it? Ed 209 manning the controls. There you go. Finally killed him. Oh my god. Okay. I honestly don't know what's causing it because that, I guess. Yeah, there's... Oh, actually, hold on. Well, fuck me. How did cat puke get on the camera? God, just cats puking everywhere. I thought it was lens flare because it disappeared when I would move. No, it was definitely some spooge on the camera. Alright, well, thank you for the dono to inform my stupid idiot ass that there's been a piece of cat vomit impeding your view for the past 2 hours.
I don't either left.
Joys of ADHD brain. You go through every damn rabbit hole until you know everything there is possible to know about a subject. I try to make it interesting anyway. Not just a boring recitation of facts. And then in 1988, they said, let's make an X-Men pilot. So they made an X-Men pilot, and they used the budget from the last episode of RoboCop. And then... yeah. I'm pretty sure I must have mentioned that somewhere. Maybe in... I did like a closer look at my RoboCop collection. I'm sure I would have mentioned it in there when I showed the cartoon. So, anyway. Back in Daxter. Alright. Is it 5 bonus hours? I think it's 5 bonus hours, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because we had 4 from... and then we had more from... and then contributed a few bucks. Anyway, I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be back. Like robots? Is that a robot in the floor? Like actually moving? Oh no. Nope. I'm hallucinating, apparently. That was not a Codsworth clipping through the floor. That was 2 pieces of flotsam that I kicked off the table over there.
Quite a few impressive devices around here.
Yeah, I know. Not the least of which being my, Come on. you fucking serious? You cannot be serious. I was pushing the button, but he wouldn't get out because we were in the middle of flipping through the air. Oh, shit. What happened? Where's my car? Did I blow myself up? Where'd my car go? Where is it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Come on, give me the there. The clip. Oh. The Hulk lighting. Yeah, it's just kind of big. I guess it is purple and green, isn't it? So you got green skin, purple pants. There you go. Hulk lights. Ah! I have company. How's it going, church? Sniff, sniff. Are you investigating? Are you being an investigator? What are you doing? What are you doing? He literally just sat right in front of the camera. How you doing, buddy? Yeah. You need some pets, right? You need some love? Yeah. What you doing? You're looking like a gargoyle. You don't need to get all technical. The point is, we are being spied on, but it is not for the exciting James Bondy reasons that all these paranoid schizophrenics would like it to be. It is solely for the purpose of selling us crap. That is it. Who's spying on us? Capitalism is spying on us. That's who. Big Brother is capitalism. Capitalism. It's not even that I need to be quicker. It's like I'm getting to the corner and he won't turn. Like he just won't. No. Let it go. Let it go. Thank you, Ray Romano, for that lovely rendition of Let It Go. What? Well, just use it. Use it.
Sorry.
I just dropped it. Fuck. Just run. Just run. We should all have nitro.
Holy shit, guys.
I'm gonna die. Fuck's sake. Why did you take
God
my
damn
medkit?
it!
Why were you hovering around me?
Sorry. Look, I'm sorry.
Oh my god. So presumably if we can get into the computer, we can get into the safe. Okay. Well, let's give it a shot.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just chill out. Okay. Oh, well, we gotta try this one.
Yes.
Oh my god, and that was it. How perfect is that for me? That's amazing. Church, stop. Stop. It's enough. It's enough. You've been doing that all day. Just stop, okay? Please. I'm begging you. As soon as I turn my back. I can still hear you. What does the chicken say? Yeah. And then ebooks. 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 No. I prefer physical books because I don't like having shelf space. Alright. See, I mean, like, it's not... Again! I was gonna say right before, I forgot it was right there. So, again... What even happened? I don't even know what's going on. Oh, God. What happened? Oh, my God. I have no idea either, guys. It's like, what is going on? Everybody's just lost their minds. I have no idea what's happening. Stop asking me a million questions. Just install the fucking thing. Go, 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 go. Thank you. Holy shit. You want to install it here? You want to do this? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you really sure? Are you really sure? Are you really sure? Can you confirm this? Can you confirm this? Can you confirm this? Confirm this? Confirm this? Okay. Are you sure? We're almost ready. Are you sure? It's like, holy fucking shit. I just want to click install and have it install. Give me all the default options. I don't care. Just install it. Oh, yes! Oh my God, that was awesome. Literally slammed him into the rock face. Why are frickin' buzzards here? They just showed up. They're not even part of the convoy. Like, oh, this looks fun. Let's get into this. Where are they?
He's up underneath the bridge.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Yeah. On the arch. Come down. He's come down.
Fuck! Oh, I got him. I got him.
Hey.
Yeah, you got it.
He came down to avenge his buddy, and we got each other.
Nice.
Gotta love those mutual elims, eh? It's like, I got you. Actually. That was a stupid way to take on a turret. I don't even know what all these things are. But anyway, I'm gonna eat his corpse. That's right. I'm gonna kill you, and then I'm gonna eat you. Oh, fuck's sake. Fuck you and your goddamn spears. Oh my God.
What's happening?
Datanoi Datanoi mouse block. That's how I read that. Strange.
Get me a weapon.
Oh! Uh-huh. That went well. Maybe we'll blow up the room when we're not in it. Maybe that would work better. All right, good. So the clips seemed to continue to play while we were gone. Good. Yeah, they were good. Excellent. I do notice also this new clip player seems to be playing the 4K clips without any problems, which is good. So, feel free to get back to all that clips making, guys, anytime. Anytime something silly or funny or stupid or whatever happens that you feel would make a good clip, please feel free to do so. I would be forever grateful. Alright, I'll be right back. Right. You finish licking yourself, please? You cannot be that dirty. Jesus. Oh my fucking Christ. Who, what? Hey, Samuelson, 39 months. 40 total. 39 in a row. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. do kind of a prop camera here for the scene. It'll make sense in a minute. I forget how this turns on. I don't even know if we can turn it on. Yeah, it's dead. That's fine. Touch the lens. Ow. I'm not touching the actual lens, just the filter in front of it. One of the reasons that's there is A, to reduce glare, but B, also to protect the lens behind it. Move this up so not to get such an extreme angle. There, so maybe if we move this over here.
Dude, come on. Seriously? You don't have to be licking yourself every 2 seconds. Do we have a card in it? Yes, apparently we do. Okay, good. This one? Yeah, I think that was it. Just gonna double check something real quick. Angle looks good. Key has stopped licking. How much did that macro lens set you back? I don't know. Probably about $300. Yeah, what was it? Yeah, it was Lone Wolf McQuaid. Code of Silence, Force of One. Good guys wear black. Alright.
update. Now I just gotta find room for all of these on the shelf. No, wait a minute. Hold on. Alrighty. That is that. Now I just have to find a room. Find a room. Alrighty. That is that. Not a bad update. Now I just have to find room for all of these on the shelf. Out of the way. This over here. God damn it, church. Just immediately heard the tongue come out. Now, I just need to make room for all of these on the shelf.
But I don't think that'll be a problem, because nothing gets in the way of Chuck Norris. No, that's not right. But I don't think that'll be a problem. No. But I don't think that'll be a problem, because everything moves out of the way for Chuck Norris. Fuck's sake. Just get out of the way. I need to get closer. Hold on. I don't know how to get the camera up to where I need it to be.
as being a cock bag. That kind of works. Okay. Yes, that's much better. Damn it. We need to go about here. Okay. Damn it. About here. Yeah, right about there. Okay. Damn it. And there we go. That's the joke. A correction and an addendum. That we need to do. Yeah.
focus. Now, it should be mentioned that after shooting the first two missing in action films back to back, Golan and Globus were keen to revitalize their Ninja franchise. I think Ninja 3, The Domination, hadn't quite come out yet, or just fucking bullshit. I'm talking out of my ass. What am I trying to say here? Hold on. We have those all here. Had 81, 83, 84, yeah. Now, it should be mentioned that after filming the first two Missing in Action movies more or less back to back, Golan and Globus approached Chuck and asked if he would be interested in starring in their fourth installment in their Ninja franchise. Of course, we had Enter the Ninja, Revenge of the Ninja, and Ninja 3, The Domination. Well, they were keen to do a fourth one and wanted Chuck to take the lead, but at that point he was kind of hesitant. He didn't really want to be known as a chop-socky kind of actor. You know, he didn't want to be pigeonholed or stereotyped or typecast, whatever you want to call it. So he declined. Now, that series later became American Ninja, and while Chuck did appear in some promotional photos for it, he actually had nothing to do with the movies. I think that was about it. And then, yeah, I think that does it. I think that's pretty much everything. That's a lot of puzzle pieces for that one. That's going to be hell to put together, but I think it'll be good when it's done. Oh, wait, there's one more. I knew there was something else. So yeah, not a bad start to the Chuck Norris collection. I still do have a bunch of his other earlier films, such as Code of Silence, Force of One, that fucking Western I keep forgetting. So yeah, not a bad start to the Chuck Norris collection. A lot of significant movies from his career there. I do still have a bunch of his earlier films to pick up, such as cat's eating. Lone Wolf McQuade. Why can't I always want to say The Outlaw Josie Wales. That's not that's a Clint Eastwood. No, it's Lone Wolf McQuade with him and David Carradine.
Really, Cat? Like, if it's not one, it's the other. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Just wait for all the voracious crunching in the kitchen to stop. She's usually a pretty light eater. Crunch, 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 crunch. As for the thing, it's the same location in that it takes place at the Norwegian base that Mac and Doc visited in the original. But a lot of the events that happen there do not connect properly with what we already know about what went on at the Norwegian base. As to the actual physical location, no, it was all just in studio. I don't think they went to any actual outdoor locations. Unlike the original, where they actually had an outdoor location that they built in the spring, like the base, and then they let it freeze over. So they went up there in the winter to film, and so it got all that nice kind of natural snowed in kind of look. And pretty neat. So it was a combination of location and studio filming for the original. But the 2011 one, as far as I know, was all studio. There might have been a little bit of outdoor stuff, but I don't think they went as far and wide as they did for the original. Alright, Cat's already finished. She's pretty quick. So not a bad start to the Chuck Norris collection. Got a lot of his early big action hits represented there. There are still a few of his earlier films I need to pick up, such as Lone Wolf McQuade, Code of Silence, Force of One, and of course the one that basically shot him to superstardom, Good Guys Wear Black. But hey, there's nothing saying we can't do a part 2. But hey, there's nothing saying we can't do a part 2 sometime, right? I mean, there's a lot of other Chuck Norris stuff out there. Walker, Texas Ranger, another big one. I don't know if I'm going to get that one. That's a lot of viewing time commitment, but I'd at least like to pick up some of his other big notable movies. But for now, this covers most of the ones that were on my radar when I was younger, and ones that I've always wanted to either watch or re-watch. Alright, that should be good enough. I finally put these on the shelf. Can I get on with my life now? Guess we should do readings for these as well. We'll do that in a little bit. That's the Ask a Ninja theme for anyone who doesn't know it. Wow, studios really don't do much for descriptions. Greetings, everyone. Well, you can't have an 80s action movie collection without having at least a few of these in there somewhere, because in many ways this series served to define 80s action movies in a lot of ways. They were the ones by which all others were judged. They were the ones that spawned the tropes, the stereotypes. Yes, tropes, stereotypes, and these were the ones that spawned the tropes, the stereotypes, and many of the standard formula that would be seen again and again through countless action movies throughout the 80s and well into the 90s. We still see a lot of these tropes and stereotypes pop up from time to time in modern action films. What am I talking about? Who else could it be but John Rambo himself? Yes, that's right. The First Blood movies, or the Rambo movies. Whichever one you're looking at, what it's titled, it's one or the other. Yeah, it's kind of a confusing chronology of titles. I remember the Angry Video Game Nerd did a whole video about it. So, anyway, Rambo, and lots of it, today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Welcome back. So, I first saw the Rambo movies around the time that the fourth one came out. Yeah, I was really late to the party. As I mentioned in some other updates and closer looks and whatnot, I just wasn't big on action movies when I was, younger. It wasn't until later in life I kind of developed a taste for them. I know my parents watched a lot of like thrillers and whatnot, but they didn't really go for the sort of slam bang action-y type stuff that was all the rage during the 80s. Just really wasn't their thing. So a lot of them just never really kind of crossed my path back then. So it wasn't until later in life that I actually sat down and started, checking out all of these action movies from my youth that I'd missed out on. I know a lot of my friends were fans of them, and they would tell me about them. The Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Chuck Norris, Steven Seagal, all the big stars of the 80s. They watched all of them and would tell me about them. So I was familiar with them, but just hadn't seen them. So around the time that the fourth movie came out, I picked up the first three movies on DVD. Some really nice editions. They called it the Ultimate Editions, and at the time, they were the best editions going for the original Rambo trilogy. And then Annetta and I, we were still together at the time, went to see the fourth one in the theater and had a great time. It was a great movie. As for the originals, the first one's great, the second one's great, the third one, it feels very comic booky,
but it still has some fun action sequences. The fourth one is an absolutely brilliant revival of the character and the franchise. The only one I have not seen at this time is the fifth one. So, let's check out what we got. I've been wanting to get Rambo back into the collection for a long time because it's just such a big, notable action franchise, and I always really enjoyed them, and I wanted to revisit them. So I kept looking around for like a Blu-ray set or something, and there was a Blu-ray set a while ago. I think it came in a tin or something, but it was just never really going for a price that was attractive to me. It always seemed to be a little bit pricey for what it was, especially given that I got the Rocky set on Blu-ray for a song and a dance, so I kind of felt like Rambo should be somewhere in the same price range. I don't know. That said, well, this time around I decided to just go for broke. And I found out that all the Rambo movies are on... So this time around I decided, you know what, I just really want to get these movies back in my collection. Let's see what the best editions going are out there right now. And, well, it turns out all 5 of them are on 4K now. So, yeah, I took a little peek on, some of the review sites, and it seems like the transfers are pretty good. I haven't actually watched them yet, but they looked quite satisfactory to these bespectacled eyes. So here we have the first one, First Blood, the start of the Rambo saga. And boy, what a great movie this is. It's basically Rambo versus the entire police force of a small town that gives him a hard time. But, I mean, he's essentially a Vietnam vet, and he's just being kind of shat on by the local police, and, well, it ends up going south. Keep an eye out for a young David Caruso as one of the deputies. Very pre-NYPD Blue. I remember listening to the commentary track on this on the DVD, and even Sylvester Stallone says, like, yeah, you could tell that kid was going places, so there was just something about him. So, not much in the way of a description on the back here. We basically just have Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars as war hero, ex-Green Beret John Rambo in the one that started it all. First Blood is an explosive action thriller that will keep you on the edge of your seat until the final powerful frame. Yeah, really not too much there. But, I mean, do we really need an introduction? I mean, do we really need an introduction? It's Rambo. Everybody knows who Rambo is. So let me just flip that around here. Fuck's sake. So let's just check out the extras here. I'm pretty sure this is all of the extras from the Ultimate Edition just carried over. They've carried over across the various editions. So, on the Blu-ray, we've got Rambo Takes the 80s, Part 1, The Making of First Blood, an alternative ending, an outtake, one singular outtake, one singular deleted scene, a featurette on the restoration, The Real Nam, Forging Heroes, and How to Become Rambo, Part 1. And then we've also got audio commentary with Sylvester Stallone, which, as I recall, is a really good commentary. I definitely recommend giving that a listen. And audio commentary with author David Morrell, who wrote the original novel, actually. What? Okay. I may have known this at some point in the past. Okay, I may have known this sometime in the past, but forgot. I actually did not know that First Blood was based on a novel. Well, shit, I'm going to have to track that down now. I'm really curious as to how it all began. So that is First Blood, and not much to look at inside. Well, actually, we do have some very nice disc art, just basically taking off the cover there. So we got Blu-ray and 4K, and you get a digital copy as well. Next up, we have the start of the confusing titles. We have Rambo, First Blood Part 2. So this, of course, is the one where we get more into just flat-out action. Basically, Rambo has to rescue some POWs and, heads off into the jungle to be a one-man army to liberate them.
So let's just take a quick look at the back here, and we'll check out the special features. So once again, not much of a description. The ultimate American action hero is back. In this explosive Oscar-nominated sequel to First Blood, Sylvester Stallone is back as John Rambo, the perfect killing machine. Rambo's survival skills are tested with a vengeance on a top-secret mission that takes him back to the jungles of Vietnam in search of American POWs. Boy, they sure like to have stories about American POWs still being... Hold on. Boy, they sure like to have stories about American POWs still being held captive in Vietnam 20 years later, you know, or 10 years later. But, yeah, because one of the Missing in Action movies with Chuck Norris deals with a very similar plot line. But it's Chuck Norris, so you know he's going to get him out, no matter what. Probably won't even get so much as a paper cut doing so. So taking a look at the extras here, we got Rambo Takes the 80s Part 2. We get to win this time. Action in the Jungle. No, we get to win this time. So, yeah, another little Vietnam reference. Action in the Jungle. The Last American POW. Sean Baker, Fulfilling a Dream. An interview with Sylvester Stallone. Interview with Richard Crenna. Behind the Scenes. And How to Become Rambo Part 2. And then we also have an audio commentary, this time with director George P. Cosmatos. And there we go. So there is First Blood Part 2, Rambo. Alright. Next up, they just abandoned the First Blood title because I guess it was like Third Blood by this time. And we just have Rambo 3. Yeah. I swear he gets beefier with each successive sequel. We'll line them all up at the end here, and then you can see for yourself what I'm talking about. Anyway, let's flip it around here, and we'll check out the extras. The explosive third blast in the action-packed series. When Colonel Sam Troutman, Richard Crenna, is captured during a top-secret mission in Afghanistan, Rambo erupts into a one-man firestorm to rescue his former commanding officer and decimate the enemy. This intense, heart-pounding adventure boasts unrelenting action and suspense from start to finish. Excellent. So then for extras, of course, we have Rambo Takes the 80s Part 3. I think that's just basically a multi-part featurette about sort of how influential these films were in terms of the action movies of the 80s, which is, you know, very valid. Full Circle, A Hero's Journey, Rambo's Survival Hardware, An Alternate Beginning, not an alternate ending this time, alternate beginning, Deleted Scenes, An Interview with Sylvester Stallone, Afghanistan, A Land in Crisis, Guts and Glory, Behind the Scenes, Troutman and Rambo, How to Become Rambo Part 3, and Selling a Hero, which is apparently an Easter egg. And it looks like most of those extras are on the Blu-ray only, by the way, so I'm guessing it's probably just the same Blu-ray disc that's been around for a while, and then the 4K is the new transfer. Seems to be pretty standard with these kinds of releases. And then finally we got an audio commentary with director Peter McDonald. And I just noticed that the music for the first three is all by Jerry Goldsmith. Like, freaking legend of movie score. He did the Star Trek Next Generation theme. Well, specifically Star Trek The Motion Picture, but was used for Star Trek The Next Generation. That's crazy. Love Jerry Goldsmith's music. Well, now I definitely got to watch these again. Next up, we have Rambo 4. First Blood Part 4? John Rambo, First Blood Part 4? Rambo 4? Nope. Just Rambo. Just to make it even more confusing. So,
Rambo actually got a slipcover with this one. Check this out. And it's exactly the same artwork. The difference being the slipcover is nice and shiny. It's a shiny slipcover. I don't know how well that's picking up on camera. But, yeah, pretty sure it's the same on the back. Yeah, it's the same contents on the back there. So we'll just set the slipcover aside for the moment, and let's check out the extras, shall we? See, I remember seeing this in the theater. It was frickin' awesome. The ultimate American action hero returns with a vengeance. After spending several years in northern Thailand operating a longboat on the Soooon River, John Rambo, Sylvester Stallone in case you didn't already know, reluctantly agrees to carry a group of Christian missionaries into war-torn Burma. But when the aid workers are captured by ruthless nationalist army soldiers, Rambo leads a group of battle-scarred, combat-hardened mercenaries on an epic last-ditch mission to rescue the prisoners at all costs. Yeah. Yeah, and I gotta say, I mean, even getting up in years, Stallone still got it, man. Like, like he really brings the Rambo to the party. So let's check out the extras. So it doesn't say that any of the extras are exclusive to the Blu-ray in this case. It says movie and special features for both of them. So I'm wondering if all of these are on both discs. So we've got audio commentary with Sylvester Stallone on the theatrical cut only. And I should mention this does include both the theatrical and extended cuts. There's a difference of 8 minutes between the two. We've got It's a Long Road, Resurrection of an Icon. Oh, here we are, 4K only. Okay, A Score to Settle, The Music of Rambo, 4K only. The Art of War, Completing Rambo, 4K only. The Weaponry of Rambo, 4K only. Nice that we got like actual 4K special features. A Hero's Welcome, Release and Reaction, 4K only. Legacy of Despair, The Real Struggle in Burma, 4K only. Rambo to Hell and Back, Director's Production Diary. Looks like that's probably on both discs. Deleted Scenes and Theatrical Trailer, both 4K only. That's actually pretty cool. I mean, I know with Blu-ray, very often, you know, if it was a Blu-ray and DVD combo pack or something, you'd only get the extras on the DVD sometimes, but not necessarily as much on the Blu-ray, or there'd be a few things that would be exclusive to the Blu-ray, other things that only be on the DVD, etc. Or if you got a bunch of extras on the Blu-ray would be standard def. Or if you got a bunch of extras on the Blu-ray, they'd all be standard def. So it's kind of cool that not only do we get a bunch of extras on the 4K, but the extras are also in 4K. So, awesome. Last, but most certainly not least, the only one I haven't seen, we have Rambo 5, First Blood Part 5. First Blood Part 5, Rambo Last Blood. Close. Rambo Last Blood. There we go. So this is the 5th one for anyone keeping track. And yeah, look at him. He's just a freaking beast, man. Like, awesome. Can't wait to check this one out. So here we go. The final chapter of the Rambo saga. Let's check it out. A relentlessly savage finale. Almost 4 decades after he drew First Blood, Sylvester Stallone is back as one of the greatest action heroes of all time, John Rambo. Now Rambo must confront his fat. Now Rambo must confront his past and unearth his. Holy shit. Now Rambo must confront his past and unearth his ruthless combat skills to exact revenge in a final mission. A deadly journey of vengeance. Rambo Last Blood marks the last chapter of the legendary series. And not a lot of extras on this one. We've got Drawing Last Blood, a multi-part production diary. Although, I mean, that could be 5 hours long for all I know. From First Note to Last Blood, music for the massacres, and the theatrical trailer. Just trying to see if it's
says who does the music, and the titles are so small on the back here. Brian Tyler. And the fourth one. Brian Tyler. And there you go. That is it. And I noticed that both 4 and 5 have music by Brian Tyler, a musician I'm not familiar with, but I'm sure he captures the Rambo-ness quite nicely. So let's take one more look here, and I'll show you what I was talking about. So we got, lean, mean, panther-like Sly in the first one. Gets a little... Oh, no. Now, let me just put these up here, and I'll show you what I was talking about with these Moskals. So we got lean, mean, panther-like Rambo in the first one. A little beefier in the second one, sporting the rocket launcher there. I'm your worst nightmare. And Rambo 3 looking even more ripped. Rambo 4, all that time in the jungles of Thailand, have apparently agreed with him. He's looking great. And then he's just a freaking beast in Rambo 5. Like, look at that. Awesome. Well, we're going to, fire up some red meat on the grill, I think, and have a Rambo-thon at some point in the near future. Alrighty, folks. Well, that is it from me to you for now. Really excited to have Rambo back in the collection. I always really enjoyed these movies, and I've been wanting to revisit them for a long time. And, kind of glad I waited and didn't get that overly priced, Blu-ray tin or whatever it was. It only had the first 4 in it anyway. And now we got them all on 4K. So I'll never have to buy them again. Sweet. Alrighty, that is it from me to you for now, folks. Hope you enjoyed. So until next time, thanks for watching, and sayonara. Rambo. So rambunctious. Rambobular. Rambo. Yes, exactly. Thomas says 3 is definitely the low point of the series, but still worth a watch. I mean, it's hard to mess up an explosion fest. Exactly. Yeah. And yes, not the same real-world location. I don't know how much of the Norwegian base was a location in the original. I think... I can't remember. It's been a while since I've watched the making of. I think they might have shot some of those scenes last, having the, sort of devastated base and stuff. So it's actually the American base doubling as the Norwegian base, just because that was the only location they had, but... Totally heard the end sting when you signed off on the video. Excellent. The conditioning is working. Got left, we got 4 left. Yeah, okay. I'm just thinking of how many meaty pastas we have left. We got 4 left. And we got some extra sauce. We just need some extra noodles. So, noodles. Just making the food last the weekend, you know. I made a pretty huge batch of sauce, though. It was like almost right to the top of the pan. So, it was pretty good. Good hearty sauce. Hearty. Very hearty.
pretty sure I have solo and group insert shots for those. Just gonna check. Do I not have a group shot? Hold on. I see individual shots. Close up of Rambo 4 is with it in the slipcover. Alright, we got the group shot. Looks good. If I want to make some food. And that'll be one less for tomorrow. I could get more noodles tomorrow. There's enough sauce for like two more servings. Decisions. The joys of trying to make what little food you have last until you have money again, right? And I hate the weekends because money doesn't move on the weekends. It just sits there. So annoying. So very, very annoying. Everybody's working for the weekend. I don't know all the words. Oh, we still got some coffee. Score. You have not seen much of Rambo, Funk. Well, you should see the rest of them. They're good. They're fun. They are action classics that defined a genre for a good many years. The 4 keep cases are nice too because they're all black and classy looking. Yeah. Wonder when we'll get our Twitch payout. Yeah, well, I mean, some of them are silly fun. Others are, you know, fairly serious. Like, I mean, the first one's pretty serious. It's kind of an extreme version of, you know, how Vietnam vets were kind of shunned when they came back, you know. But yeah, they're fun. They're good. The second and third one are definitely more comic booky, but in a good way. Fourth is a great return to form. It's a good, you know, decades later sequel. A lot of people thought, like, well, the fourth one was just such a perfect ending. Why do a fifth one? But then apparently the fifth one's great too, so people were just like, oh, okay then. How easy is that book to get? It's very easy to get. It's available right now. $25 for a paperback. Sweet. Church, what the hell? How could you possibly need to clean again? The other cat doesn't clean herself that much. Why do you? New Batman novel coming out from the author of Batman Resurrection. Takes place in the Batman 89 universe. I did pick up Batman Resurrection. I haven't read it yet. There's also another Batman 89 comic coming out. I should see when these are coming. Do I still have pre-orders sitting here? Yeah, a couple. It comes out in August. Jesus. Okay. Oh. I was trying to remember, like, I pre-ordered an Iron Man Epic Collection. I'm like, why did I order that? And then I remembered it's because it has the two-part story that wraps up Monster of Frankenstein. Yeah, so I got it for that. Also just looks like it has some good storylines in it, but yeah. Okay, cool. Anyway, cool. Yeah. Everybody's working for the weekend.
taking a flip through the booklet of one of these here. This one, no books or anything, no, just a basic ASCII Lover release. Oh wow, okay. Cool. Just reading the description on the back of one of these. We'll get to it in the update in just a few minutes here. Okay. Yeah, that should be a nice short one. Hi. Can't see what you're looking at. Correct, you can't. You're not really necessarily meant to. You're just supposed to get a general sense of what I'm looking at, and then, you know, you'll see it all up close in the video. Time is it? Almost 2:30. Holy shit. Alright, well, we can see about maybe knocking out a couple more. I didn't mean to start quite so late today, but as I said, I've been getting caught up on Netflix, so, you know, priorities and all. Why is Bill Maher trending? I don't even give a shit. He can go to hell. I think there was a time when I actually enjoyed his comedy, and then he just got stupid. Well then. Alrighty, enjoy some clips, or don't if they suck. Hopefully they won't, and I'll see you shortly. Stop. So eventually I just had to ban it entirely to make... And of course we can't take the car in. Can we? No, you can't fudge it. It just will not let you go in there. Man, this clip thing,
Never mind,
it's random.
you can fudge it.
But it sure loves this clip. The clip thingy loves fudge, I guess.
I thought, we'll try it.
Clip thingy loves fudge. They're coming back. They're coming back. They... Oh, nice. Nice. Nice bit of, ring around the rosy. You got one? Oh, yeah! With 1 health! Oh my god, get some heals, get some heals. Holy shit.
How did I do that?
That was amazing. Oh, and so lucky where that storm ended. Entry. Oh my god, there's so many. 8/13/2077, Robco Tech, Kurt Barlow checking in. I've just updated the firmware on the system and enabled learning mode. Primary diagnostics are looking good. The head of the club here, Mr. Wentz, said he wants this thing to be the centerpiece of their group. He wants it to be, wants it connected to every, connected it. That's some excellent proofreading there, Bethesda. He wants it connected it. Oh yeah, that's a great clip. A clip of the background. Wonderful. So glad this is preserved for all eternity. Okay. Whoa, Nelly. I understand the universe. I forgot everything. Damn it. Crying out loud. Let's just fix that, shall we? That's not a very exciting clip, is it? Yeah. Ugh, I'm so hungry, but we're just gonna suffer for tonight, I think. Save the meaty pasta for tomorrow or later today. Yes. Oh, you just refresh my memory on the. I don't know if this really makes a difference for you guys. No, not really. See?
Greetings, everyone. Pulp Fiction. No, I'm not talking about the Quentin Tarantino film, but rather what inspired it. Pulps. Pulps. Greetings, everyone. Pulp Fiction. Greetings, everyone. Pulp Fiction. No, not the Quentin Tarantino film, but rather the fucking hell. Greetings, everyone. Pulp Fiction. No, I'm not talking about the Quentin Tarantino film. I'm talking about the literary genre, which enjoyed considerable popularity throughout the 70s all the way through to the early 2000s. My sort of gateway to the world of Pulp Fiction was, well, you got all the romance novels and stuff, but there were quite a few But, you know, while those entertained the bored housewives of the world, there was also other Pulp Fiction geared towards the manliest of manly men. Yes, the so-called men's adventure Pulp Fiction. I mean, we had lots from the early days of the pulp magazines, like the mystery magazines and action magazines and, you know, from the 30s and 40s, but in later decades they became not so much magazine focused but paperback novel focused. And there was one company in particular, Gold Eagle Books, which published a whole bunch of these men's adventure novels. And generally speaking, they were fairly straightforward action adventure fare, very light, fast, fun reads, and full of, you know, usually featuring, you know, good-looking, muscular heroes who were very adept, usually ex-military, featuring good-looking, muscular heroes, usually very adept at countless and holy shit. Usually featuring rugged, muscular heroes who were ex-military, very adept at different forms of weaponry and guerrilla warfare and stuff like that. So they were fun. My gateway to them was Mac Bolan, the Executioner. So the first I'd ever heard of these was when I saw a couple of the books from Mac Bolan. Was when I saw a couple of the Mac Bolan books in the selection of random novels in my high school, actually. And there was just something about them, like the cover, the description. I never actually read them at the time, but they were intriguing to me. There was something about them that was different from your usual kind of action-adventure fare. Because the kinds of adventure novels that I was familiar with were the stuff that my parents read. So things like Robert Ludlum and John le Carré and Robin Cook and stuff like that. Well, I guess Robin Cook wasn't really action-adventure, but so up until that time, my familiarity with action-adventure stuff in terms of books was the things my parents read. So stuff like Clive Cussler and There Goes the Battery. Fuck's sake. So up until that time, my primary exposure to action-adventure novels was the stuff that my parents read, things like Robert Ludlum and John Le Carre. So up until that time, my primary exposure to action-adventure novels was the kind of stuff my parents read. But the stuff they read was more kind of highbrow, things like Robert Ludlum and John Le Carre and Clive Cussler and stuff like that. So this was different. There was something about this that was just different. I mean, it just seemed more, I don't know, more kind of straight up action adventure rather than getting so much into the espionage and political intrigue and stuff that my parents were into. More just straight up action adventure rather than, you know, political intrigue and espionage that my parents were into. Holy fuck. So whatever this Mac Bolan series was seemed quite different. Than the usual fare that I had seen. More just kind of straight up action adventure without all the political stuff so much and espionage and whatnot. More just, you know, rescue missions or, you know, secret missions or, you know, infiltration missions, things like that. The other thing that was interesting to me was that, I don't remember specifically which books they were, but they were numbered, indicating that they were a series. Now, of course, I was collecting comic books at the time, so that was something that caught my eye. So I thought, oh, there's like a lot of these, and they were up around like 100 something at the time, I think. So there were a lot of them. Now, years later, I did actually pick up several of the Mac Bolan novels. They actually did reprints of the original books that were published, that were written by the original creator, Don Pendleton. He wrote the first 38 books and then signed the series over to Gold Eagle to continue it under their stable of ghostwriters. So, and it carried on for quite some time, actually. I think they did over 300 Mac Bolan books and 3 or 4 spin-off series from it as well. So it was massive. This thing just was a juggernaut that could not be stopped. Now, there had been talk for many years of doing a movie based on Mac Bolan, but alas, that never happened. Although the legacy does live on in kind of sideways fashion, in that a Marvel Comics character you may have heard of called The Punisher was actually very heavily inspired by Mac Bolan and in fact shares an almost identical origin story. So if you like The Punisher, you'll probably like Mac Bolan. But we're not here to talk about Mac Bolan. That was just my gateway into Pulp Fiction. No. What I have today is a trio of movies that kind of celebrate the Pulp Fiction genre, one of which is an adaptation of a series that Gold Eagle did publish alongside the Mac Bolan Executioner novels. And another that is basically just a huge love letter to action movie tropes from the 80s. So let's check them out. Pulp Fiction, today on the Multimedia Chronicles. So let's check them out. Pulp Fiction movies, today on the Multimedia Chronicles. So let's check them out. Pulp action movies, today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Welcome back. So first up, we have an interesting one, which was essentially inspired by the Pulps, but is not a direct adaptation of any of them. Although, I did take some delight in hearing Mac Bolan name-dropped in one of the opening scenes. We have Jake Speed. Yes. say when this came out originally. Does it say in the book? So Jake Speed is actually not one of the characters that was in the Gold Eagle books, but was heavily inspired by them. Essentially, this movie is a big love letter to the Pulps. It's absolutely wonderful. It's kind of a hidden gem, I think. I always really liked it as a kid, and I got to admit, I was a little excited when I heard Mac Bolan name drop. There's a scene at the beginning where when I'll read the back to you in a sec to give you the lowdown on the plot, but basically it involves a kidnapping plot, and they're trying to figure out who, if anyone, can help them to retrieve the person who was kidnapped. And the grandfather character, who is a huge fan of the Pulps, comes out and says, "Oh, well, you know, maybe you want to go with Remo Williams or maybe Mac Bolan, but actually, I think Jake Speed would probably be a good fit for this mission." And everyone's thinking, like, what the hell are you talking about, Grandpa? These are book characters. It's like, how's a character from a book going to help them get this person back? And, well, the idea is that the Pulp stories are not just characters in a book, but they're actually real people out there doing missions, and they have writers that follow them around and chronicle their adventures. So I guess that means that Don Pendleton was tagging along with Mac Bolan back in the day, chronicling his exploits and so forth. So this kind of plays around with that. It's really a very early example of a meta story that's kind of self-referential to the genre that it's both exploring, parodying, and homaging. So let's take a quick look at the back here, and I'll just give you the description here, just so you can get a little idea of what it's about and what the whole idea here is. More than a myth, less than a legend, and a bit too big for his boots. When her sister is taken by a gang of white slavers, Margaret, Karen Coppins from Troop Beverly Hills, knows she needs a hero with a difference to bring her home. Enter Jake Speed, Wayne Crawford, Barracuda, who also co-wrote it, by the way, leaping from the pages of pulp thriller novels and into the real world, with Margaret and his trusty sidekick Desmond Floyd, played by Dennis Christopher from Chariots of Fire, who reminds me a lot of Joel Grey, funny enough. Jake arrives hot on the heels of the kidnappers in a southern African country gripped by civil war. But it soon turns out Jake got more than he bargained for when he discovers that the ringleader of the slavers is none other than his own arch-nemesis, the wicked, criminally insane Sid, played by John Hurt from Alien and the Osterman Weekend. A ripe slice of 80s action cheese in the tradition of Raiders of the Lost Ark and Romancing the Stone, Jake Speed has it all. Romance, death-defying stunts, spellbinding scenery shot on location in Zimbabwe, and best of all, a wickedly off-the-wall performance by the late John Hurt, proving the old adage that a hero is nothing without a worthy foe. So, yeah, actually, this may very well be the first thing I ever saw John Hurt in as well. And it's quite fun seeing him playing this just absolutely over-the-top villain character. He just devours the scenery in every scene he's in. He was clearly having a blast. And, yeah, that's a lot of fun. So, yeah, I mean, if you like 80s action, if you like sort of meta-style stories that are kind of, you know, a bit of a sly wink going on. So, yeah, if you like 80s action movies, if you like pulp thrillers, yeah. So, yeah, if you like 80s action movies, you like pulp novels, and you want to see John Hurt chewing up the scenery as the bad guy, you really can't go wrong with Jake Speed. It's a lot of fun. It's pretty innocent fun, actually, as far as like action movies go. I think it was PG. I don't see a rating. Yeah, it was rated PG originally, but you know, it's not one of those sneaky 80s PGs. It's like suddenly there's boobs everywhere, or someone drops an F-bomb. No, it's nothing like that. It's actually pretty light and fun. And I like it a lot. I was really delighted to find out that Arrow had put out this wonderful special edition of it. I'll just give you a quick little look here. So we actually do have a booklet with it. I'm not going to bother doing super close-ups of it, but wonderful, a wonderful booklet that basically gives you all kinds of not just behind-the-scenes info about the movie, but also kind of about the time when it came out and how it kind of connects to a lot of other Indiana Jones-esque movies at the time. A lot of fun. And then on the inside, we actually have the original movie poster on the reversible cover. I don't know if this originally had a hard box or a slipcover or anything like that. I'm guessing it probably had a slipcover when it originally came out, but alas, no slipcover this time around. So, if this was not an actual pulp hero, but more of an homage to pulp heroes, did we ever get anything adapted? Did we ever get any movies based on any of the actual pulp heroes? Well, yes. We got one. We have Remo Williams, The Adventure Begins. Now, this was based on Gold Eagle's other long-running, incredibly successful series, one called The Destroyer. And Remo Williams was the main character in The Destroyer. Now, while the Mac Bolan books were more kind of, you know, deadly serious, very little humor in them, all about getting the job done and revenge, vengeance, whatever, Remo Williams was a very different kind of tone. There was a lot more humor in the Destroyer novels, and a little bit more tongue-in-cheek, a little lighter tone, but still pulling no punches when it came to the action. So it was pretty exciting that we got at least something of the pulps adapted for the screen. I'm really surprised, honestly, that they never did a Mac Bolan movie, because it was easily their biggest title. But The Destroyer was a pretty close second, and it ran for a good long while as well. So this is just a nice little addition from Kino Lorber. Let's take a quick look at the back here, and we'll see what all we've got. Brace yourself for hilarious, action-packed adventure when a street-smart NYPD cop, Fred Ward from Tremors, regains consciousness after a bizarre mugging. He has a new face and a new identity. Now he's Remo Williams, the #1 recruit of a top-secret organization, and he's toppling evil at every turn, even atop the Statue of Liberty, in this 80s action comedy classic. Trained by a quirky martial arts master, played by, Joel Grey, played by Joel Grey from Cabaret, to dodge bullets, brave terrifying heights, and thwart attackers with his bare hands, Remo becomes the ultimate criminal exterminator. But when he faces off against a corrupt millionaire and his army of henchmen, The Real Adventure Begins. Helmed by Guy Hamilton, the outstanding director of Funeral in Berlin, Force 10 from Navarone, The Mirror Cracked, Evil Under the Sun, and 4 James Bond classics, including Goldfinger and Live and Let Die. Remo Williams' The Adventure Begins features stellar support from Wilford Brimley, Hard Target, J.A. Preston, Body Heat, George Coe, The Entity, and Kate Mulgrew, Captain Catherine Janeway of TV's Star Trek Voyager. Well, yeah, that's a hell of a pedigree, doing this movie, wouldn't you say? I mean, Guy Hamilton, who directed some of the greatest James Bond movies ever, at the helm for this. We got Fred Ward, who was always a delight. Joel Grey, who was a massive star on Broadway and did a lot of film and television as well. I'll always remember his appearance on The Muppet Show. The main thing I remember him in was a Christmas special, which was an adaptation of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, where he played a clockmaker. Quite fun. And Kate Mulgrew, Kate Mulgrew, many years before taking the helm of and Kate Mulgrew, many years before taking the helm in USS Voyager. So let's just take a quick look at the extras. We have audio commentary by producer Larry Spiegel and co-producer Judy Goldstein. Created the Destroyer, writing Remo Williams featurette. Unarmed and Dangerous, producing Remo Williams featurette. Secrets of Sinanju, training Remo Williams featurette. Balance of Power, designing Remo Williams featurette. Assassin's Tune, composing Remo Williams featurette. And radio spot and theatrical trailer. So I gather the idea here was if the movie had been successful enough, they would have done further installments. But alas, this is the only one we got. I remember enjoying this one quite a bit. I haven't watched it since I got the Blu-ray, but I do remember it fairly well from when I was a kid, and I remember liking it quite a bit. My dad liked it as well. He really enjoyed the character that Joel Grey plays, the Chinese. Yeah, he really enjoyed the character that Joel Grey plays, the martial arts master who trains him. So, next up, before we do that, so let's just take a quick peek at the extras here. Quite a lot, as there usually is with Arrow releases. Just throw it across the room. So we have a brand new 2K restoration of the film from the original 35mm interpositive. High definition presentation, the original lossless mono audio, optional English subtitles for the deaf and hard of hearing. And here we have actual extras. Paperback Wishes, Cinematic Dreams, a new interview with co-writer, producer, director Andrew Lane. The Hard Way Reads Better, a new interview with producer William Fay. And Reversible Sleeve, featuring original and newly commissioned artwork by Graham Humphreys. And there we go. Yeah, kind of a sad note. Nothing from Wayne Crawford, Jake Speed himself, because he actually passed away at the not very old age of 69 back in 2016. So that was kind of unfortunate. But his legacy will always live on. So last, but most certainly not least, we have the ultimate meta-commentary film. So last but most certainly not least, we have what many consider to be one of the ultimate meta films. So last but most certainly not least, we have what many consider to be the ultimate in meta films, lampooning and, being something of a love letter to action movies, specifically action movies of the 80s and early 90s. We have Arnold Schwarzenegger basically making fun of himself in The Last Action Hero. Yeah. This was so ahead of its time, I have to say. This came out in 1993. And I remember at the time it did not get very well reviewed. In subsequent years, it has gained more. In subsequent years, it's gained more respect and more of a following, but and deeper appreciation for what it is. But in 1993, I think people just weren't ready for that kind of, self-referential, sly wink, meta kind of story. And but really, I mean, in revisiting it years later, you can really see just how brilliant it actually is and what a perfect parody it is of action movie tropes up to that point. Because by 1993, a lot of those tropes, that started with Rambo and the Chuck Norris movies and everything, were very well established and had been milked to death across countless action movies. And even Arnold Schwarzenegger himself had, done a lot of the same kind of movies for a while. It had his catchphrase, "I'll be back." He even makes fun of that in the movie. And it's just wonderful. I can't wait to revisit this. I remember seeing it back when it was fairly new. And, it just stuck with me, honestly. Like, I still remember it pretty vividly from back when I originally saw it in the VHS days. So, we did get a slipcover with this. As you can see, quite nice. Just slide it out. And, of course, you probably noticed this one is in 4K. So we got lovely 4K Arnie here. And there's the back. So let's just take a little peek at what the extras are. So this was directed by John McTiernan, who, of course, did the original Die Hard. I mean, come on. If anybody knows action, it's the Die Hard guy. So, special features on 4K Ultra HD. We got commentary with director John McTiernan, deleted and alternate scenes, an alternate ending, Big Gun music video by AC/DC, an original vintage behind-the-scenes featurette, and the original theatrical teaser. So there you go. Yeah. So there, oh, hold on. So, there you go. We'll just put it back in the slipcover here. Yes, and as you can see, compatible with the PS5. Great. I feel like that came out fairly early in the PS5's lifespan. So we'll just take a look at all three there. Let's move these over a bit. There we go. So there we go. A nice trio of pulpy action movies, some of which are quite literally based on Pulp Fiction. Two of which are quite literally based on the Pulp Fiction literary genre that enjoyed so much success, especially in the 80s and 90s. And one of the best love letters to and parodies of 80s and 90s action movies, The Last Action Hero, in glorious 4K. Alrighty, folks, well, that is it for me to you for now. Hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara.
Yeah. Hello. Oh, bye. Okay. Hello and goodbye. That movie sounds great fun. Which one? All of them? Yeah, Jake Speed is fun. Remo Williams, I haven't seen Remo Williams in ages, so I'm looking forward to revisiting that. I'm so confused. The first one, but all of them. Oh, yeah, Jake Speed. Yeah, like I said, it's kind of a hidden gem, I think. Like, I've always really liked it. But it seems like nobody's ever heard of it. You know, it just kind of vanished into obscurity. But yeah, when I picked all those up, I thought they'd make a nice kind of themed update, you know. Greetings, everyone. Mysterious assassins attacking from the shadows when you least expect it. What am I talking about? What else could it be but the ninja? Now, you may know I've been a fan of samurai movies for a very long time, but there's another side to that. There's the ninja movies, which I haven't really explored very much. So I've been wanting to kind of jump into that for a long time. And, well... the time has come to explore the mysteries of those shadowy assassins, the ninja, and maybe a few samurai things too. Alright, ninjas and samurai, today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Welcome back. So, if I'm going to enter into the genre of ninja movies, what better place to start than the Cannon Films classic, Enter the Ninja. There you go. Look at that. Very snazzy edition from Kino Lorber. I absolutely love this cover, by the way. Yeah, the red ninja in the back looking all menacing, the black ninja in the front flying through the air. And that cool neon ninja star thing just looks awesome. I also noticed that this stars Franco Nero, who I know from Kioma, classic spaghetti western. So, very cool. So just take a little look here. So that's the front. There's the back. We'll give this a read in just a moment here. And then if we slip it out of the slip cover, you can see that it's just the same. It's the same. I think it's the same on the back too. Yeah, it's the same on both the front and back there. Alright, so let's put these back together and we'll take a little peek at the back.
my understanding was, if you were going to get into ninja movies, this was one of the big trilogies to start with. So let's see what this one's all about. So from 1981, the ninja is the highest honor given to the dedicated followers of ninjutsu, the deadliest of all martial arts. Enter the Ninja explores in absorbing detail the ninja's lethal, little-known art of invisibility, which includes the use of hypnotism, explosives, and superhuman acrobatic fighting skills. Set in Japan and the Philippines, the film tells the story of Cole, Franco Nero from The Mercenary, a Westerner who's been inducted into the secret fighting rituals of the ninja. Coming to the aid of his friends against some land-grabbing oil barons, he easily takes on all opponents until a ninja assassin, Hasegawa, Sho Kasugi from Revenge of the Ninja, is brought into the fray. The two masters make use of all the exotic weaponry at their disposal, making this one of the most sensational The two masters make use of all the exotic weaponry at their disposal, making this one of the most sensational battle-to-the-death sequences ever filmed. Hollywood legend Menahem Golan, the Delta Force, directed this fast-paced, high-quality, tough-as-nails martial arts film with style and poise. Co-starring Susan George, Sudden Terror, and Christopher George, Day of the Animals. And features audio commentary by action film historians Mike Leader and Arnie Venema. And features audio commentary by action film historians Mike Leader and Arnie Venema, and the original theatrical trailer. And there you go. So that is Enter the Ninja. But our journey is just beginning. For it wasn't long after this was a big hit for Canon Films that they put out a sequel, Revenge of the Ninja. It's just fun to say ninja. So this one actually stars Sho Kasugi in the starring role. So whereas he played sort of a villain character in the first one, this one he's actually the hero. So if you take a look on the back, there we go. And I think again, same artwork. Yeah, same artwork on the keep case there. Pretty sure it's the same on the back as well. Yeah, so it is nice that Kino Lorber is giving us slipcovers with a lot of their releases in recent years, but it'd be nice if they did what other boutique labels do and actually have different art on the, because it's not reversible or anything, it's just the same artwork, That's it. Plain Jane inside, same labeling on all of them, it's just, pretty basic. So let's take a look at this one, and we'll see what happens in Revenge of the Ninja. So this one's from 1983, so a mere 2 years later. So this one's from 1983. The ninja are back, brandishing swords and fists, leaping and kicking, wielding blow darts and explosives. They know 1,000 ways to kill. Martial arts legend Sho Kasugi, Pray for Death, Rage of Honor, delivers a heart-pounding display of strength, speed, and lethal ninja know-how in this action-packed thriller that takes us back to the good old days of the Kung Fu extravaganza, when a band of ninja assassins slaughters the family of Cho Osaki, Kosugi. He flees to America in the hope of building a new life. A former ninja himself, Osaki tries to escape his deadly past, but soon discovers he has become the pawn of a ruthless drug trafficker, an American ninja intent on killing anyone who crosses his path, including Osaki. Directed by action maestro Sam Furstenberg, Avenging Force, and produced by Canon legends Yoram Globus and Menahem Golan, Revenge of the Ninja is terrific entertainment with slam-bang action scenes, mind-blowing stunts, and legendary... Revenge of the Ninja is terrific entertainment with slam-bang action scenes, mind-blowing stunts, and legendary villains like Professor Toru Tanaka catch the heat and the perfect weapon. In special features, we have audio commentary by director Sam Furstenberg and stunt coordinator Stephen Lambert, a second audio commentary by action film historians Mike Leader and Arnie Vanima, intro by Sam Furstenberg, behind-the-scenes photo gallery, and theatrical trailer. So that's actually a pretty sweet, nicely loaded little edition they got there, I gotta say. That is Revenge of the Ninja. Yeah. Gotta love when ninjas display their real ultimate power and they just flip out and kill everybody. It sounds like those movies are full of it, so... Are full of it? Yeah, you gotta love when ninjas display their real ultimate power and just flip out and kill everybody. Yeah, sounds like those movies have plenty of that. So, rounding out the trilogy, we have kind of a strange third installment. We have Ninja 3, The Domination. So, this is a lovely special edition that Scream Factory put out a while back. A lot of people were scratching their heads because up to that point, Scream Factory had mostly just done horror movies. So it's like, why are you doing this random ninja movie? And the third one at that. Well, I guess the main reason is this one is a bit of a departure from the other two. Whereas the other two were just straight up action... Whereas the other two were just kind of straight-up action movies with lots of ninja action. This one adds in some crazy supernatural elements. Well, let's check out the back, and you can see for yourself what it's all about. Only a ninja can kill a ninja. Aerobics instructor Christy Ryder, Lucinda Dickey from Workin. This sounds about as 80s as it gets. Listen to this. Only a ninja can kill a ninja. Aerobics instructor Christy Ryder, Lucinda Dickey from Workin and Workin 2 Electric Boogaloo, becomes possessed by the spirit of an evil ninja when she comes to his aid after he was shot down. Dominated by the killer's vicious and relentless rage, she sets out to brutally attack his enemies. Her boyfriend, confused by Christie's changing personality and afraid that he might be her next victim, enlists the help of Yamada. Oh look, it's Sho Kosugi again, from Enter the Ninja and Revenge of the Ninja. In a life-threatening exorcism and ultimate fight to the death, Yamada proves that he is Christie's only chance for survival. So yes, you heard that right. It's about an aerobics instructor that gets possessed by the spirit of an evil ninja. So it's like... I swear, Golan and Globus didn't miss a trick. Like, they just jumped on all the trends, man. And when did this come out? 1984. So that would have been around the time that the 20-minute workout and aerobicize was a big deal. So, like, I just see them sitting around a table and saying, how can we revitalize our ninja franchise and somehow capitalize on this aerobicize craze? I know. We'll just have an aerobics instructor get possessed by a ninja. Is Sho Kosugi still available? Yeah? Cool. Perfect. Got a hit written all over it. Anyway, I mean, that sounds like a cheesy good time to me. Let's check out the extras. So, we have a new 4K scan from the original film elements. So yes, we might actually get Ninja 3 The Domination in 4K at some point. New interview with actress Lucinda Dickey. New interview with actor Jordan Bennett. New interview with producer and stuntman Alan Emile. and new audio interviews with production designer Elliot Ellentuck and co-composer Misha Segal, featuring isolated tracks from the original score. Then we also have an audio commentary by director Sam Furstenberg and stunt coordinator Steve Lambert. The original theatrical trailer with optional Trailers from Hell commentary by screenwriter Joss Olson and a still gallery. I should mention also, this did originally come with a slipcover, but I was really late to the party and did not get the slipcover, obviously. But as is the norm, what was I just talking about? Scream Factory gives you the reversible cover. So that's the original poster art there. I know it's hard to see from there, but anyway, it's alright. But honestly, I think the new artwork's a little better, so I just kind of left it with the new artwork. I think they did, like, yet another cover. Like, there was a couple of releases of this, I think, or something. I don't know. I just remember seeing a lot of different artwork for this edition. So, what could possibly top the Ninja Trilogy? Well, I have an absolute classic of 80s cinematic masterpiece-ishness here. You ready for this? On 4K, no less. Miami Connection. Oh, yes. And I got really lucky. Beautiful Vinegar Syndrome release with the slipcover. Let's take a little look at this here. So before we dive in, most of you will know this movie. If not, I'll fill you in. I'll read the back to you. So yeah, I missed out on the Blu-ray release that came out a few years ago, and now I'm kind of glad I waited because I got this really snazzy 4K edition. So there's the front. And if we flip it around, check this out. Get a Dragon Sound shirt, which is pretty cool. And then let's pop it out of the slipcover. Oh, as always, beautiful slipcover from Vinegar Syndrome. You got spot gloss for the main guy's name there and the title. You got spot gloss for YK Kim's name and then the Miami Connection title. On the back, you got embossing and spot gloss for the Dragon Sound logo. Quite nice. And you got spot gloss for Miami Connection and the Vinegar Syndrome logo on the spine. And that is on both sides. Different colors. You got yellow there, pink there. Take your pick. Let's check it out. And there is the new artwork for the... And there's the artwork for the... fucking hell. And there is the absolutely jam-packed artwork for the keep case. Quite nice. I don't know if this is one of the original posters or if this is original artwork. It might say in the credits. But let's flip it around. And as always, absolutely jam-packed full of stuff. Let's see what all we've got here. So if you don't already know, this movie came out in 1987, and here's what it's all about. Dragon Sound, the house band at Orlando... Miami Connection. Dragon Sound, the house band at Orlando's #1 nightclub, is made up of 5 orphans and university classmates, all of whom are experts in Taekwondo, with a musical mission to share the importance of love and friendship. One of the band members, John, is engaged in a budding romance with Jane, sister of Jeff, a kingpin in one of Florida's toughest drug-pushing gangs. A resentful rival band enlists the help of Jeff and his crew of violent motorcycle-riding thugs to exact vengeance for their bruised egos against Dragon Sound. The 5 best friends are soon forced to put their fighting skills to the ultimate test, not just to defend themselves, but their entire community from the iron grip held over it by these narcotics trafficking hooligans. An international cult sensation and tribute to the unwavering power of friendship, Woo-Sung Park, aka Richard Park, and Grandmaster Y.K. Kim's Miami Connection was the cinematic passion project of Florida-based martial arts teacher Grandmaster Kim, and combines explosive action set pieces, daring and elaborate fight sequences, and live musical performances from Dragon Sound. Featuring a cast comprised of Kim's students along with Featuring a cast comprised of Kim's students along with plentiful local talent, Miami Connection offers the best traits of regional exploitation filmmaking through the aesthetic of Canon-esque 80s action, and finally comes to UHD from Vinegar Syndrome, exclusively restored in 4K from recently unearthed negative materials and loaded with plentiful archival and newly shot extras. Plus, this edition includes the world home video debut of its long-lost pre-release version, Escape from Miami, which features numerous additional and extended scenes, as well as a completely different ending. Yeah, so, I mean, just that alone, needless to say, if you're a fan of Miami Connection, this is absolutely the most definitive edition you can possibly get. It's got more stuff than any edition that's been previously released. It's the best quality. It's a brand new transfer. I mean, I can't sell you on this anymore. If you're a fan, this is a must-buy. This is a definite... I mean, I can't sell you on this anymore. If you're a fan, this is an absolute must-buy upgrade, even if you have the old Blu-ray release. So let's just flip it back around and let's just take a quick look at the extras here. So it's a 3-disc set. So it's one 4K UHD disc and 2 Blu-rays. So the 4K disc contains Miami Connection presented in high dynamic range and newly restored from its recently unearthed 35mm interpositive, along with a commentary track with producer and star Grandmaster Y.K. Kim and writer and star Joseph Diamond. Also included are 2 1080p Blu-ray discs. Blu-ray disc 1 contains Miami Connection with the commentary track and the following special features: Resurrecting the Dragon, looking back at Miami Connection again, a brand new, extensive, and exclusive making-of documentary featuring all new interviews with Grandmaster Y.K. Kim, actor Vincent Hirsch, actor Joseph Diamond, actor Maurice Smith, actor Angelo Giannotti, actress Kathy Collier, sound editor Jeffrey A. Okun, composer John McCallum, and production assistant Faith Cotter. Friends for Eternity, a making-of documentary from 2012. Dragon Sound Reunion, a 25th anniversary concert from Fantastic Fest 2012. The New American Dream, an archival Grandmaster Y.K. Kim promotional video. Who is Y.K. Kim, an archival Grandmaster Y.K. Kim promotional video. And the re-release trailer from 2012. And then finally on Blu-ray disc number 2, we have Escape from Miami, the original pre-release version of Miami Connection, newly restored from its 35mm interpositive. We got reversible cover artwork, English subtitles for all feature films, and special features. So yeah, that's pretty awesome. Let's just crack it open here. Is there a booklet or anything? No, there's no booklet or anything. But we do have some pretty snazzy disc art. And there we go. Very nice indeed. Alrighty, and last but most certainly not least. So yeah, couple of connections with this one. Connections. Of course, we have the Canon Films Ninja Trilogy. This is basically a loving homage to Canon action films and has ninjas in it. So there's your 2 connections. Now, we got one more. One more. No ninjas in this one, but plenty of samurai. And while we've kind of been having fun going through, all the 80s cheese, we're ending on a very high highbrow note with the 4K release of Akira Kurosawa's Ran. Yes, I've been wanting to get a high-def version of Ran for so long. I passed on the Blu-ray because I kept holding out, hoping that, where is it here? Where the fuck did I put it? I pulled it off the shelf to make room for Chuck Norris stuff, and I don't remember where I put it. Where is it? Where the hell did I put it? Oh, there it is. Because, for the longest time, the only edition of Ran that I had was this one. The Criterion Collection, which is just a freaking... Hold on, I haven't opened this in literal years. Which is an absolutely beautiful edition with a big booklet and everything. So, I mean, I kind of just wanted to do a straight upgrade of the Criterion, but, well... they lost the rights to it. So, beyond that DVD edition, and I think they might have done a so, beyond that DVD edition, and I think they might have done a Laserdisc at some point as well, that is it for the Criterion's editions of Ran, which is kind of annoying because Criterion has really been like the one-stop shop for virtually all of Akira Kurosawa's filmography, but for whatever reason, Studio Canal got their hands on Ran and has not let it go. However, I understand the 4K transfer is stunning. I haven't watched it yet, but just the blazing, beautiful Technicolor and incredible shot composition throughout this film, I know is something that will really benefit from 4K. So take a look at the back here. Yeah, so this has actually not had a domestic release. I had to import this one. That was another frustration, the fact that, you know, we just don't have a release here in North America currently. If you want to get it, you got to import it. But being 4K, at least it's region free, if that's a concern for any of you out there. So we just take a quick look inside. There's no booklet or anything. It's basically just the discs, but 3 discs. Yeah. So let's see what features we have here. And if you're unfamiliar with Ran, I might as well read the back to you since we did with all the other ones too. Kurosawa's last great film. Well, I don't know if I'd say it was his last great film. He still made other movies after this. But anyway, one of the most important and influential filmmakers in cinematic history, Akira Kurosawa directed 30 films in a career spanning 57 years. His final masterpiece, Ran, has been beautifully restored in 4K, approved by director of photography Shoji Ueda. Or maybe it was, well, I don't know. Anyway. A reimagining of Shakespeare's King Lear, set in feudal Japan, Ran tells the story of Lord Hidetora Ichimonji, played by Tetsuya Nakadai from Yojimbo and Kagemusha, an aging warlord who, after spending his life consolidating his empire, decides to abdicate and divide his kingdom amongst his 3 sons, Taro, Akira Tarao from Letter from the Mountain and Dreams, Jiro, Jinpachi Nezu from The Man in White and Red Shadow Akakage, and Saburo, Daisuke Ryu, from Tono Monogatari, Gojo Raisenki, God damn it, Daisuke Ryu from Tono Monogatari, Gojo Raisenki Gojo. This leads to a This leads to a brutal and bloody war between the brothers for absolute power of the kingdom. Yeah, this movie is spectacular. I mean, it has some incredible battle sequences and just gorgeous scenery throughout. And I just love how the whole story unfolds. How, well, I really can't say too much about that because I don't want to spoil it for you, but just how he decides what will go to the various brothers, his sons, and how, you know, even as a wizened old king, he, or emperor, I guess. Yeah. But that even as a wizened old lord, he doesn't necessarily make the best decision and pays a heavy price for that decision. And yeah, it's a great story and just a visual feast for the eyes. So I can't wait to check this out in 4K. Meanwhile, let's see what kind of extras we have on this. So the 4K disc basically just has the movie and a featurette about the restoration. Disc 2, which is one of the are they Blu-rays? Disc 2 also features... Disc 2 is essentially just the Blu-ray version of the same contents that are on the 4K disc. And finally, Disc 3 has the majority of extras. We've got... And then finally, Disc 3 has the majority of extras. So we have AK, a feature-length Chris Marker documentary on Akira Kurosawa. Akira Kurosawa, The Epic and the Intimate. Akira Kurosawa by Catherine Kado. Art of the Samurai. Interview with the Director of Photography, Shoji Ueda. Interview with the Director of Photography, Shoji Ueda. Interview with the Director of Photography, Shoji Ueda. Interview with Michael Brook, author and journalist. Interview with Miss Mieko Harada. Stage appearance at Tokyo International Film Festival 2015. And The Samurai. No. Here we go. And there you go. So pretty nice edition. I guess if you want a little peek at the Criterion edition, I might as well show you that as well. So here is the cover. We'll do insert shots for this after. And then if we flip it around to the back, you can see all of the contents there. I'm not going to read it all to you. You can read it for yourself. No, I'll read it. So disc 1, we have the film from, at the time, a new restored high-definition digital transfer. I gotta say, that was like a super high bit rate transfer as well, so the DVD looked really good. I watched it on my parents' 57-inch high-def projection TV. It was only 720p, but DVDs looked great on it. Then we have an audio commentary by film scholar Stephen Prince, an appreciation of the film by director Sidney Lumet, theatrical trailers, and new and improved English subtitle translation. So really not a lot on there. It mostly just devotes the disc space to the movie. And then disc 2, the supplements. We have AK, a 74-minute film by director Chris Marker, so that's also on the 4K. A 30-minute documentary on the making of Ron, part part of the Toho Masterworks series. Akira Kurosawa, It Is Wonderful to Create. Yeah, I don't think that one carried over. A 35-minute video piece reconstructing Ran through Kurosawa's paintings and sketches created as part of the series Image, Kurosawa's continuity. Okay, that's also not on there. That sounds really fascinating. A new video interview with actor Tatsuya Nakadai, and a 28-page booklet featuring film critic Michael Wilmington and interviews with Kurosawa and composer Toru Takemitsu. So, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty fabulous edition, honestly. And then the booklet. Oh, look at this. We have an ad for Les Samurai, which is another film. I don't actually have that one, but I'll have to get that at some point. But, yeah, what do we have here? Oh, wow, you can see how long ago this came out. We have the 2006 catalog, and then we have the booklet, which is quite nice. But full color, very nice. Let's see what else. Yeah, you got like essays and stuff in there. I mean, a fairly standard Criterion booklet here. Got an interview with Akira Kurosawa talking about Ran. Very cool. I mean, even just from these stills, you can see like just how vibrant the color is. Yeah, so that's definitely one I'll be keeping, just because it's a really cool edition of one of my all-time favorite samurai films. I've seen this movie a few times over the years, and I think it's always been this edition, actually, this Criterion edition specifically. Anyway, let's stack up the new stuff, shall we? Enter the Ninja, Revenge of the Ninja, Ninja 3, the Ninja, Domination, Miami Connection, and Ron. There we go. I'm going to move this over a little bit, I think. There we go. So, yeah. So getting our ninja on with a smattering of samurai as well. Not too shabby. Definitely looking forward to, revisiting the two that I'm familiar with in glorious 4K, and then checking out the 80s classic Ninja trilogy from Canon Films and Golan and Globus. So, good stuff. Alrighty, well that is it from me to you for now, folks. Hope you enjoyed. I will see you next time. Until then, sayonara, and Ninja vanish. That will be me vanishing like a ninja. Which one? Who? Yeah, you've seen Ron, right, Funk? I think. Hello, Anton and Devin John. Hello. Yeah, just so you guys know, when I'm over there, I can't see the chat, so don't freak out if I don't respond right away. That's when I do these fly on the wall streams. The main purpose is to get videos filmed, and you guys are just kind of hanging out and seeing the magic happen, right? Not that I don't ever talk. I certainly do, but it's not the priority.
Yeah, Ron is great. I look forward to revisiting it. It's been a few years since I last watched it. I mean, you can't... that aerobics instructor ninja movie sounds like a hoot. Yeah, I know, right? Never heard of Ron. Oh, dude, you gotta like check out some Akira Kurosawa. He's like one of the all-time greats. First off, his movies are great. Second off, they're also very influential. A lot of modern directors were influenced by his work. Yeah, see, I haven't really seen much beyond his samurai stuff, and even then, there's a bunch I haven't seen. Yeah, I need to pick up High and Low. I don't actually have that one. Yeah, I have Ikiru, Rashomon. Rashomon is great. Throne of Blood, which is his take on Macbeth. Seven Samurai, of course. Yojimbo, Sanjuro, Kagamusha, The Hidden Fortress. I think that's it. Yeah. And then now Ron. Well, Ron twice now. But yeah, I mean, ideally, I just want to get his whole filmography. I want to get all 30 of his movies. So I've got a few more to go. But I used to have Dreams on Laserdisc. I think Dreams was actually the first film of his I ever saw. And that was pretty cool. Very episodic, that one. But some really impressive imagery. Yeah, Dreams got a Blu-ray release recently, I know. I forget who put it out. If it was Criterion. I don't think it was Criterion. I think it might have been Kino. I can't remember. But, yeah, I mean, any of his movies, I feel, especially given, like, he's one of the directors that sort of, you know, people coined the phrase, every frame is a painting. Well, that's Kurosawa. Like, nobody could frame a shot like Kurosawa. Like, he just really had a natural eye for that. And, they always look great. I mean, it's the type of director where you can just, like, pause any random moment and you basically have, you know, an image you could hang on your wall, you know? Yeah, beautiful photography in his films. But not just that, also great stories and, you know, some of the best actors ever in Japan. You know, like Toshiro Mifune is in a bunch of his, it was one of his regular actors. But yeah, his stuff is great. But I was going to say, like, given that his stuff is so renowned for the visuals, I'm surprised that there's still so many of his films, in particular his earlier films, that are still only available on DVD. Like, come on. What are you waiting for? Can we please have the rest of Kurosawa in high def, please? Is it 348? How many have we got left here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, alright, we got all the action ones done, finally. Those have been kind of hanging over my head for a while. I think we'll just call it there, because I'm tired. But that's okay. We finished the last few pieces of the Chuck Norris one, which took forever, but I think it's going to be a good one. A lot of production value in that one. We did the ninja ones. We did Rambo. We did pulpy stuff. Yeah, so we basically got 4 finished. 4 fully finished today. Oh, I need to do... need to do an insert shot of Ron. The DVD edition. Yep. Oh, there. Okay. Okay. Looks good. I need to do Rambo 4 out of the slip cover, because that's how we did the yeah, right. Really, dude. Hey, knock it off. Church. Psst. Stop it. Thanks, buddy. Hi. Your little face poking out of your hidey hole. Where's this like? Yeah, no. Oh, right, it's over here. Munching again? Why are you so starving tonight, Eclipse? Hmm? It's been munch all night long. Munch. Munchy, munch. Yes, I have not watched the new one yet. I've been busy watching other things. I'm in the middle of the latest season of Love on the Spectrum, enjoying that immensely. Also in the middle of the latest season of Black Mirror. Yeah, just finished the 4th episode of that today. Probably going to watch at least one more before bed. And then, so we got Doctor Who, and Funk says apparently season 2 of The Last of Us starts tonight as well. Well, shit. That is right, Dan. Another one bites the dust. It's all about chipping away. You'll get there eventually. Exactly. I mean, doing 3 or 4 in a day is pretty good. Like, I'm satisfied with that, you know. I'm happy. So let's see. How much did we film today? Got some shots. Yeah, so I did... few little additions for the Chuck one. So yeah, 168 gigs. Wow. So that's the Ron DVD. Rambo. Holy shit, dude.
yourself owies again. You're going to go back in your cone. That's as close as I can get with the macro. That's as close as I can get with my regular lens. You can see quite a difference, eh? There we just get the nice sort of nondescript blurred out background of light and color. But there you can actually see some definition. Also, that's as close as I can get. So here we can get like right into my eyeball. How long is this going to take? Half an hour. The Thing and X-Files for you. Yes. Well, you have a few other versions of The Thing to look forward to. Yeah. It's such a shame with the prequel because, you know, it's actually got a pretty damn good cast. And could have been something really interesting, but it's like the studio was just completely terrified that it wouldn't work or something and just like interfered so fucking much. And I don't know what the director was thinking with all the changes he made to the pre-existing information that we already knew. So now it just contradicts a bunch of stuff, and it's like, well, fuck's sake. I hate that shit. Anywho, well, 5.5 hours, not bad considering how late we started. So, probably more of the same tomorrow. We got a lot to do between now and the 18th. Want to get more of those stacks of stuff done. In fact, I'm going to bring over a few other items. Stack of, I'm not ready to do all the graphic novel updates yet, but I thought at the very least I could do these, which are all movies and TV shows based on comic books, or inspired by comic books at the least. So that I think we can fill up a couple of Comic Book Wednesdays with. Goodness. This stack I'm not sure about yet. Not sure how I want to group those. And then we got a little stack of documentaries here, which is geeky documentaries. Like one all about 1982, which I've always said is an amazing year. One all about He-Man, The Power of Grayskull. RoboDoc, the UK edition. And while we're on the subject, the 4K upgrade of RoboCop. And a wonderful documentary about the Rockafire explosion. Classic animatronic band. Great stuff. So, yeah. So that'll be a nice little tidy update there. I've got more documentaries as well. I got a bunch of horror-related ones, but we'll get to those when we get to them. And then here... yeah, I'll organize these in some way, but yeah, so this should be, I don't know, 2 or 3 updates for the comic book stuff, and then one for the documentaries. So it should be good. And we still got a little bit of anime left to do. We got what all do we have over there? Yeah, we got anime. We got a few other things to do. Some, I think there's some more comedies there. There's a Criterion update. So, the plan is to get as much filmed as possible between now and the 18th. Well, actually, I guess to stop around probably the 16th, maybe even the 15th, and just do some mad crazy editing binges and get as many episodes done in the can, ready for upload as possible, so we can have at least a few ready to go for the 18th and 19th. What day of the week is that anyway? The 18th is a Friday. All right. And there we go. Not looking forward to the prequel. It's going to look garbage if it's not the same location for outside shots. Well, I mean, it looks fine. Like, visually, it looks fine. Like, in terms of the location, you're not going to be able to tell, dude. But that's the least of the problems with that. There actually are a lot of visual connections between it and the original. Which is what makes it so odd. Like, they did so many things that are meant to connect up, but then there's other things that just don't, bafflingly. So it's kind of a mixed bag. Oh well. I really like some of the cast in it, though. They got some terrific, actually natively Norwegian actors for it. And Mary Elizabeth Winstead, Ramona Flowers, she's in it. And just, yeah, inexplicably English cast. I would have liked to see it just be all in Norwegian. Have the whole goddamn thing subtitled. Fuck it. You know, but no. They had it where, like, they have some Americans on the team, and so they speak English. It's like, well, I don't know. The guy at the beginning of the thing sure wasn't keen to speak any English. I think they explained that, too. It's like, oh, well, he doesn't know English. Okay. I don't know. Like, it's such a mixed bag and really should have been better than it was. There was no reason for it not to be. I find it interesting that on the spine of the Moon Knight Steelbook Church, stop. It lists it as Season 1. What? What's time? Time is what the clock reads. According to Einstein. Cover is nice on the one I ordered. Okay, cool. At least it'll be a nice cover. Maybe you'll like it. Who knows? Some people do like the prequel. I just found it disappointing because, well, for much the reasons I've described already. I did do a big video about it as well, which I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, see, I haven't even done, like, the file names for these. I gotta get on that. I think all the March ones are done. What are you doing, church? Why are you suddenly all uppity? No. You're not going out there. Stop it. No. He just randomly gets all worked up and it's like, I have to go outside right now. It's like, you're never going outside, dude. You're an indoor cat. Oh, stop it, you. No. No, stop. You're not going out there. What are you mowing about? Hear those sad little meows? Oh, George. You're gonna break our hearts. Aww. What is it, buddy? Why are you all all sad? Why? What is it? He's such a goofball. Alright, well, I think I'm going to head off. I'm going to finish transferring these files, and then I'm going to just chillax for a little bit, maybe make a toast and Nutella, and then go to bed. Take Church outside with you. Just let... Oh, he's been out there before, but Church, knock it off. It would be nice if Kurt Russell was in the prequel somehow. Church, stop it. Stop it. Psst. It's enough. Oh, quit your complaining. You're not going out there. Knock it off. Why are y'all uppity? Why y'all worked up? Oh, buddy. Yeah. You just need some love? Is that it? You just need some love? Yeah. I feel you got some owies there. You gotta stop scratching so hard. Oh, hi, sweetie. The other day he started freaking out because he didn't know where Rose was. So he would like run to the patio door and just start meowing his head off, and then he would like run down to the other end of the apartment and start meowing his head off, and you know the whole time Rose was just in her room. He just got it stuck in his head that she'd left or something. I don't know. But, no, Mummy's in her room, sweetie. Or, Church, if you want to see her. I'm tired. But yeah, he's been out there, and he's, occasionally will bolt outside into the dark of the night, our black cat. So I'll have to find him in the shadows wherever the hell he went. So you always feel like you're entering Twin Peaks whenever you watch my videos? Really? Do you mean my videos or the stream? Okay, you know what's strange is those lights are actually not pulsing. So I don't know why they appear to be pulsing for you guys. That one is the computer, obviously, but the red lights are not. Must be ghosts. I'd take my cat out in my arms outside just for a change for her. I used to, until I got tired of him slashing me to ribbons. Like he'd, when he decided he'd have enough, he'd just like full claws out, launch off of me. And it's like, okay, guess what? You're not going outside anymore because you're too worked up. You're too hyper. So, Rose occasionally takes him out. She's got like a harness and with a leash, so, we can make sure he doesn't take off. He just bolted down the hallway. I don't know what he's doing, but anyway. Cool. Alrighty. Well, I think that's about it for me for today. Your cat had a little leash. Did he just... Sometimes he announces when he has a big dump. He wants us to know about it. he's proud of his creation. The red and blue are fighting. Yeah, they seem to be kind of a little bit fighting for domination. Supposed to use for taking her to the vet. She didn't like the cat carrier. Yeah, he doesn't really like it either. I think the last time he was in there, he pissed himself. It's like, great. It's not even that far to the vet. Rose was taking him to the vet, and yeah, he pissed himself in the cat carrier. Acts all tough. Yeah, I can hear the digging. He took a big dump. Wanted to let us know. Alright, so tomorrow, glad to get those action movie ones out of the way. They were kind of hanging over my head for a while. So tomorrow we got another little stack there. Some comedy, some Criterion, and some Canadiana. Comedy, Criterion, and Canadiana. Yeah, 3 Canadian things. A TV show and 2 movies, I think. And then, yeah. Your cat would pee too, so the leash was less stressful. Yeah. And I got him like little munchy things that, munchy treats that he can eat. And they help him to calm down, so he's not so anxious. But, yeah. I fed him a lot of those when he was in the cone, because he just kept fidgeting and scratching and licking the cone incessantly, as I'm sure most of you remember. So he's much quieter now, most of the time. Anyway, I'm going to head off. Thanks for joining me on this descent into madness. I'm glad the chat is on the side of the Democrats. Not really. We're on the side of common sense and decency. If that's the Democrats this week, cool. But, yeah. Anyway, that was kind of an out-of-the-blue statement. Alrighty. Have yourselves a good day or night, everybody, and I will see you on the morrow. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara.